to sort out. And if you kinda tanch me dwarves, Brander Buddy has been causing us problems recently. And Spitalier, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Rod. Been following since 2016. You think you deserve to be gifted a sub. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. That's our stressed out dwarf. Which sucks. 70 years old, daughter of a Ripterus and Euthris. One of our longest running dwarves in the fort. 2 deities, plenty of family. I need to figure out what this dwarf needs. And I'm not entirely sure what I need to do. Because you just want to practice a craft. But seemingly, no crafts are enough for you. So that's what we're going to be doing, is we're going to be babysitting this dwarf and trying to save him. Yep. A lot of vengeance and a lot of regret from minor life events. Also, frame rate's a little fucky because of the way I'm having to trade right now. Why? It's definitely a beer, not cheer. You're actually not allowed to name an emote cheer or cheers to stop people from accidentally cheering. Twitch won't let you name an emote cheers or cheer. And right now there's a lot of buzzards trying to dive bomb those humans that are trying to trade with us, which is causing more problems. But, because I remember before Twitch had, whoa, that was way louder than I was expecting. Before Twitch had emotes, or before Twitch had custom cheer emotes, we had these, a lot of people had emotes for cheers to like celebrate cheers specifically. And then they all had to remove them because Twitch was like, yeah, you can't have emotes named cheers or cheer. Imagine the dick that made it so they had to make that rule for Twitch. I mean, no dick made it. It's literally, it's a protection from Twitch to keep people from accidentally cheering. There's nobody's being a dick about it. It's literally just, it's a protection from Twitch to stop people from accidentally cheering. Which makes perfect sense to me. I don't know about you. So yeah, I don't think it's anybody being a dick. I think it's just Twitch being smart. And then Twitch added, you know, tools that automatically refill your bits wallet when you finish cheering. Which is questionable, IMO. No, that was made a thing right when they added custom cheer emotes. Because I remember with the day that everybody's various cheer term emotes vanished. And I remember when that happened. Because I knew a couple people at the time that had those. Lack of introspection. Lack of being away from family. Frustrated after lack of abstract thinking. This dwarf wants abstract thinking. So I'm going to make you into a scholar for a bit. Hopefully that'll help you. It didn't help the other dwarf, so we'll see if that helps you. I've got the 2 depressed dwarves right now. Brander Buddy and Mad Hijinks. Which I'm trying to sort out. If anybody wants a tour or an overview or anything, let me know. Currently the named dwarves are Clay, Pete, for Anyway, Crystal Rose, Eve, Morden the Second, Wave Thrash, Sui, Dragon Man, Cheers Jamie, Gold Poke the Second, Anander the Second, Polking the Second, no, Polking, just Polking, not the Second, Axon, Black Hole, Cryo, Aquasar, Spitalier the Second, Diamond Destruct, Hazard Jeff, although that's actually Spitalier the Third, by the way, Bastet the Second, Dreadvik, Gate Nerd, Sparkly, Simplex, Free, Mad Hydrinks, Pablo, Vuzel, the Squid, Vinsati the Second, Focal Fury, Padinsky the Second, Lord Floof, Sathados, Smash T, Nervicious, Danny, Matsus, Chimp, Gimper, Swoos, Trash Battery, Brander Buddy, Apostle, and Eternal. Top right tile at the ground floor. Also, hi, Pete. Top right tile at the ground floor. There you go. As you can see, there's a tile in the middle of the screen. There's a tile next to that tile, and a tile next to the tile next to the tile. The frame rate is a little wonky because buzzards are attacking us. I'm not sure why there's miasma there. Abstract thinking is researching stuff in a library, not a temple. Introspection is meditating. Abstract thinking would be like pondering concepts at a temple. I might need to close my blinds. The sun just came out. I don't want to get sun reflected into my eyeballs. I'm still just trying to remove all this stuff so I can, you know, build a trade depot right there so that I can trade there instead of up top. Once all these, we haven't seen buzzards in a long time, but the buzzards are like the main pain of the frame rate. Meditating on Salvador Dali. I mean, you could do worse. Not gonna lie, you could definitely do worse than meditate on images of Salvador Dali. This dwarf is also stressed out, but this dwarf's main cure to his stress is training in the military, so he'll be okay. Is indeed a deadly laser. Yeah, no, definitely no. Don't look at the sun directly, which is why I might need to close my blinds. Ravens, muskoxen, and an eagle plus a falcon? That's a lot of birds. All right, my mare has too many jobs, I think. Take you off of hauling and other jobs. Also take you off of farming, because I need you to be available to take those meetings. You sued to directly look at the sun. Do you mean you used to? Because you sued directly at the sun means something very different. Hey, Jay. Thanks for the $1. Cheers. Uh-oh. There's a tantrum. Brander Buddy is tantruming. I was going to say, sued means something very different. But that's awful if you actually damaged your eyes. I don't believe I've ever looked directly at the sun outside of through a welding mask. But my eyes are just trash. I sued the sun for damaging my eyes, taking frivolous lawsuits to a whole new level. America. Someone's probably tried to do that, right? The sad part is it wouldn't actually shock me. This is often a really common problem I see in dwarves is they have to go talk to a person in charge and then they chase them around for a week. Florida man sues NASA for causing sunburn. I mean, whoever owns this, if someone ever ends up managing to own the sun, I could see that happening. How's 2021 so far? I haven't been given an injection yet to be able to exist around people. So could be better. Could also certainly be worse. Doing my best. That's what I like to see. Satisfied on yelling at somebody in charge. Exasperated when caught in the rain. I mean, well, that's par for the course of this fort. You got to get used to that, Brander. Didn't cause any problems with that. Mad hijinks. You're going to go yell at somebody in charge, probably. Bitter upon wearing old clothing. I mean, that's remembering wearing old clothing, right? Yeah, you're wearing, like, brand new masterwork quality stuff. You've seen people meditating on chickens? Excuse me? Why is there a unicorn down here? Guys. Why is there a unicorn down? You're supposed to be up in the pen. So you'd like to acquire something and you want decent meals. You want to be around friends. You're caught in the rain. Regretful after toppling something over. Most of your thoughts seem to be turning around, though. Hey, Buzzwinkle. Are there simple guides to this game? Yes, it's called the DF Wiki. It's a step-by-step guide on how to play the game. I mean, I have a bunch of video tutorials, but, like, are those simple guides to the game? No, those are little tips and tricks things. But DF Wiki. And, there you go. DF Quick Start Guide. It's literally like just a text tutorial. It'll walk you through everything you need. Like, and I can't, like, throw this out the window enough. It's like, literally just follow this. It's like if you need help with setting the game up, watch Krug Smash as your first fortress. That'll help you set up a vanilla install, and then just follow along with this. It will literally walk you through all of the basics. And then if you have questions, just ask in a Twitch chat somewhere, and someone will help. Most people who play this game on Twitch are pretty quick and easy about helping. If you want Discords, the Kit Fox Discord is pretty damn good and quick. I also have a Discord with a DF room, although we're not as fast as the Kit Fox Discord because there's not as many of us. Just, I would recommend not watching the big 40-minute long videos because a lot of them are either out of date or literally just reading the wiki verbatim. So just once you kind of have the basics down, then you can start watching tutorials. If you want to watch live gameplay, I have more gameplay on my YouTube channel than any human being should reasonably watch. So, Fort had a big egg industry? I could see that, yeah. If a dwarf really, really likes chickens. This place has tetrahedrite as well. Nice. Do you have shallow and deep metals, Freskins? I do not recommend Nucrium's tutorials because Nucrium's the person who I refer to who literally just reads the quick start guide verbatim. Like, literally, that's all his tutorials are, is he's literally reading the quick start guide. You might as well just read the quick start guide. Nucrium's big problem with, like, I like the guy. He's fine. He puts out good content. He's really good at, like, the first impressions stuff, but, like, his DF content is very just turning the crank. You know what I mean? Not so much a he's not so much a DF focused channel. And as somebody who knows a lot about this game, I can't recommend his tutorials. If you just want to watch him play DF, that's fine. But like, he's not very good at the game. But then again, I recommend people play vanilla initially. So, you know, maybe I'm not worth listening to. I really like his charity streams. Trumpet. Assuming he's the person who does the charity streams I'm thinking of. I wish he had a better microphone. And his audio balancing is kind of yeah. That's my thoughts on Nirudin. I mean, do you want to see how much metal I have in this fortress? I've only smelted about 1/5 of the iron ore that I currently have. What up, Picture Point? How's things, man? 2,711 iron bars. And I've made about 300 iron spears, full suits of masterwork iron armor, steel stuff. That is all forged bars. Those are all lead statues. That's all iron ore right there. All of that yellow. There's more too. I just need to actually go dig it out. Yep. It's indeed a lot of iron. Come on. Get back into training. Don't panic on me. Still obsessed with CDDA? Go back to bed. You've gone nuts. CDDA will do that. You should play Caves of Cud, though. Enjoy the dopamine hell. That's one way to describe CDDA, that's for sure. That sounds like a real bad way to sleep tonight, Bastet. Brander Buddy is throwing a tantrum. I'm worried about this, Dwarf. I'm worried. What's my favorite collapse of a fortress story? My doing or the game's doing? My doing was probably Spike of Zealots when I dropped the entire population of the fortress intentionally into lava. The game's doing probably the last volcano fortress I did, which was Obscure Heat. And Obscure Heat ended with 2 intelligent undead getting in the back door and slaughtering the entirety of the fortress, at which point I did, however, manage to close that door after they broke in the back door. I managed to lock the door and have the last laugh by watching them melt to lava as the last few dwarves died. I find that way more interesting than just, you know, letting demons out of hell. Because it's not a secret, and it's not a surprise, and it's not a spoiler. I did once die to a steel stallion that had webs. It was a giant horse made of steel. It rampaged throughout my entire fort and killed all, like, 160 dwarves in a couple of minutes. That was pretty fun. Ooh. How do you inherit that? How do you inherit that? One of my most memorable moments in DF, though, was, you don't know what the fuck to do with it? You could sell it. Or try and, like, work it into your stream somehow. I don't know. I mean, I would try and work it into my stream. Probably my most memorable moment ever wasn't a fall of a fortress, though. Two memorable moments. One, I had a poet show up and kill my expedition leader in the first 5 minutes of a fort, which was amazing. It just showed up, tantrumed, and then murdered my expedition leader. That was incredible. The other most memorable moment was I had a land titan. I think it was a plains titan, which was a giant chicken that could breathe fire. So a giant one-eyed chicken that could breathe fire. And it died because it set a poet on fire, and the poet exploded into a lump of gore. And the blood from the poet got into the eye of the chicken, destroying the brain. Melted the eye of the chicken and destroyed its brain. So it breathed fire on a elven poet, and the elven poet exploded, and the boiling blood set its brain on fire, and it died. That was probably my most memorable moment from Dwarf Fortress. Just period. So this fort has had a ton of, like, very mundane great stories. One of the ones that's still going is, because for those of you who don't know, we're trying to keep this fort alive for 1,000 years. So this fort is all about just keeping it alive. But Focal Fury, our mayor here, is currently married to a dwarf named Sui. Now, this dwarf, or our mayor rather, apparently is demanding enormous corkscrews. So Iron Cork sentenced Sui's husband to death by making him pay for his crimes that he committed. His crimes, of course, breaking stuff from tantrums. Sentenced him to death by beating, and my hammerer went and killed him. And then immediately my mayor married Sui and has now since had 2 children with her. Like, within seconds of in-game time, married this dwarf's wife, or I guess widowed wife, which is kind of amazing. So there's that. But this fort has all kinds of, like, weirdly mundane but also very entertaining little stories like that. Also, lots of stories of just dwarves going nuts and then coming back. Stuff like that. You don't need to legalize divorce if you have silver hammers. Yeah? Brander, buddy. Come on. Snap out of it there. Might need to remove this dwarf's legs. He didn't even have silver hammers. So the thing about this fort is all of these dwarves are extremely buff. Ooh, you just punched somebody, I think. Yep, you went and punched Gate Nerd. That's no good. That's no good. But these dwarves are all extremely buff just from hauling statues and constructing stuff. So literally, why do I have 2 dwarves? Who are you and why are you vomiting everywhere? Oh, because you're still at 12, right? Being 12 will do that. Unfortunately, when most of the children grow up, most of the children grow up and immediately just start puking everywhere. You'll be okay. But most of my dwarves are basically legendary wrestlers, just from existing, because of the way Dwarf Fortress Power Curve works. So whenever I appoint a hammerer, it doesn't matter if they have a hammer or not, they will probably 2-shot people. Also, if you haven't, my bot just put a link into the chat a couple minutes ago called B-Lug's Boring Minesweeper. Do me and the stream a huge favor. Go give that thing a download on itch, test it, help us bug fix it, help us make a really good Minesweeper client for us to stream and play with. Because my moderator B-Lug is working on a Minesweeper clone. That's a lot of cancels. Well, good thing we have prisons. And the game's saving. I'm not sure what time of year it is. I had a Leroy Urist. I had one of my best dwarves die in a trap tunnel that I'd built once. It made me kind of sad. Stone, are you watching? I don't think he is. Which means I'm going to need to screenshot these for him, probably. Man, I kind of expected some crimes to get committed by that. He dropped his sword. I once had a dwarf kill the entirety of a goblin siege mostly by himself and then get crushed by one of my own drawbridges. Which made me real sad. He got like 80 kills throughout the fight and then got crushed by one of my own drawbridges. Felt real good about that one. Yeah, this is one of the only dwarves I have where I'm actually like worried that they might just be a lost cause. We go through periods of time like this where I'll have a couple problem dwarves and then I'll deal with them one way or another. One way or another, we'll deal with them. Why are you hanging out here? It's because you're eating. I'm screenshotting these and posting them to the Discord specifically for Stone, because I don't think he's here right now. There's so much stuff here, though. As for those of you who don't know, Stone is keeping track of all of the stuff that they bring. He ran through the tunnel, through the siege, shield bashed a squad or 3 goblins, breaking the siege and retrieving the sword. Wow. What a badass. Chronicle of a badass right there, that's for sure. Yeah, this dwarf will be fixed. I learned about miscellaneous object. This is satisfying. How about you? Satisfied at work, exhilarated. I just need to leave those dwarves sparring for a while. It'll slow down day-to-day work, but it'll be fine. But no, that's awesome. I love hearing about dwarves single-handedly taking on entire armies by themselves. Morden, too, has grown to become a peasant. I'm actually kind of curious. How happy is this dwarf? Pretty good. What do you like? You dream of mastering a skill, gripped by crippling shyness. Driven by the bouncing frenetic energy. Is often sad and dejected, and not careful with resources when working on project. Often spends unnecessary effort, is not a private person, and freely shares details of his life. He is quite polite and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and often overindulges. Is quick to form negative views about things and lowers his eyes when he's thinking. Likes Orpient, Copper, Citrine, Giant Rhinoceros Leather, Short Swords, and Kiwi Men. All right, well, I'm going to give you all of the stoneworking stuff. I'm going to give you metal, furnace ops and metal crafting. I'm going to give you bone crafting, stone crafting, and leather working. All of the hauling stuff. And I think I'm going to chuck them in the military because of the skill mastery thing. Because now is a good time because they're training anyway. So I could just put you into the Eternal Hammer, which is my second actual squad. And then you can go pick up equipment and join the military. Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets, chat. Is one of your named military men? Have you ever had a religion form in your fort and then everybody gets religious titles? Because some of the religious titles that they give to soldiers are great. You can't even tell what you're looking at? I mean, you're looking at Dwarf Fortress. Just keep looking. It'll start to make sense. You're looking at walls and dwarves and... I don't, you know, genuinely, as somebody who's legally blind, I don't understand how people don't, like, pick up pretty quickly what they're looking at. Like, there's certain symbols and stuff that are like, okay, what does that represent? But it's like, it's just simple graphics. Like, it's easier to comprehend than fucking League of Legends on a good day. You're following a dwarf who's walking around in a fortress through different levels. Currently, who's gathering food, who's about to go train with the military. And now dwarves have arrived to trade. You're looking at the edge of a wall next to a great pit. Next to a tower, which goes up above the ground and down below the ground. Dwarves and caravans are here to trade. There's a paddock filled with unicorns. Another one filled with sheep. Another one with an alpaca, a couple cows, some baby cows, and a pig. I don't know. I don't understand how people don't pick up on what they're looking at. It's not really that difficult. It's quite simple, actually. But gold isn't looking good for making steel. You don't need steel. The thing is, like, religion, you don't really develop religions. It just kind of happens. Like, they just kind of show up sometimes. Let's discuss your situation. I am Astith, your liaison from the mountain homes. There is much to share. We have updated your civilization info and maps. Well then, I've finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. What's the endgame to this? There is no endgame, it's a sandbox. The endgame is, are you satisfied? It's a world simulation. There is no endgame. Why does endgame matter? I guess endgame would be like killing everything in the world, or alternatively making world peace. Dwarf Fortress is kind of the original It Never Ends big sandbox game, which is now the all the rage thing that all the kids are doing. Farewell, Folklore Fury. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Although the developers often refer to DF as the end game would be like talking about it and knowing what happened in a story and then being able to tell other people about your story that happened. That's the end game of DF. So being able to be like, oh, this happened and this story happened and this story happened, and then being able to tell other people about it. Yeah, this dwarf will be okay. Brander buddy hasn't tantrumed in a minute. Literally becoming a folktale in your world. Yeah, that's endgame. Basically, endgame for DF is being Krug Smash. Do you have a military setup? If not, lock the door. And good luck, Diamond. But yeah, if you don't have a military setup, lock the door. Satisfied learning about striking. Satisfied after putting on a truly splendid item. And learning about dodging. Or ogres. I've had them have ogres before. This poor fucking dwarf, man. I'm trading stuff currently. Got doors, but the doors are outside. Okay, so what you got to do, if you want to build a burrow, here, I'll walk you through it real quick. Do you not know how to build a burrow? Because if you don't know how to build a burrow, let me know and I'll tell you how to walk through it. If you do know how to build a burrow, then I won't. Just let me know. If you want me to walk you through it, I can do it. I can real quick designate a burrow and tell all my dwarves to go there, and then turn it off. Yes and no, never need it. Okay, so you know how to build a burrow and you don't need a description. I mean, I could do it anyway, but... But yeah, no, you do need burrows. I always have some burrows set up as like, in case of emergency, fucking hide here. Oh, so you... Okay, so you don't know how to do burrows. All right, well, let's walk you through burrows then. So if you want to make a burrow, yeah, it's fine. There's sometimes a language barrier. So if you want to make a burrow in Dwarf Fortress, let's say I want everybody to hide back here. This is where I let guests stay if I happen to have guests, which hasn't happened in this fortress in a while. But what you do is you hit W, right? And I already have 2 there. Just ignore those. Then you hit A to add a new burrow. Press Enter to select the burrow, and then select the area that you want to have in a burrow. Now, it doesn't need to be completely connected. It can be in separate places. Like I could have this area set to the burrow, and then up here set to the burrow, for example. And then they will run from spot to spot. If you would like to stop editing, you can hit Escape. While you're in this menu, you can also alternatively hit R and then set that to erase, and then remove a chunk. This can go over multiple Z levels, and usually what I do is I just highlight the entire map on multiple levels in order to make sure that they stay inside. Now, if you want your dwarves to hide in a particular area and you don't want them to leave that particular area, just keep it all behind a wall, right? Now, the way you turn this on is you have to go to the military screen. You hit M to go to the military screen. You then hit A, and this will pop up the alerts screen. Now, don't worry about any of this. Just hit right on the mouse button, and then turn that on. Just ignore everything else. So select the one that you want to turn on. As I said, I've got those two, which you don't need to worry about. But the one we just made is number 3. So you just hit right twice on it, go over to the burrows section, and then press enter to turn it on. To turn it off, you press enter again. Little known fact, this screen has mouse support. So you could literally just hit M, and then I think you can click alerts. No, yeah, you can click alerts, and then click the burrow you want to have on, and press enter. Then every single dwarf that's not military will run there. There is ways to also put individual dwarves in there or do other things, but for the purpose of this is just a basic, simple, easy burrow. And now I don't actually want them to go in there, so I'm going to go turn it off by pressing enter, and then they will go back and do their thing. Another thing that you might want to do when you turn on a burrow is hit O, because by default, I think announce most job cancellations is turned on. Hit X a couple times to turn that off, because you'll get a billion job cancels and it'll hurt your frame rate and be kind of obnoxious. And then if you'd like to remove the burrow, hit W, and you use plus and minus on the numpad, and then hit D, and then Y to delete it. And then it'll select my other burrows. That's how you make burrows. What, that screen has mouse control? Yeah, that the whole military screen has mouse control. By default, that's not modded. Quite literally. I didn't run an ad break. Why are you getting an ad? You shouldn't be getting an ad. You should only get ads when you tune into the stream. Outside of that, you should never see ads on this stream. And if you do, there's something wrong, and I'm sorry. Jack Nurick, hello. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay, personally. I slept through the night, which is more than I could ask for. Oh, and then you need to lock the doors. So to lock the door, you hit Q, select the door, and then hit L a couple times until it says forbidden. But you may also just be dead, Diamond Destroy. Don't you have metalsmithing? So literally you should go make your own giant corkscrews. I thought you were going to say and it held the door open and then the Forgotten Beast killed all your dwarves. Sorry about that, Eat the Cheese. I mean, you don't even need to clip it. I'm going to highlight it later and download it. I've put markers into this stream. Trust me, I've been doing this for a bit. And I'm looking forward to having to redo every single one of them once the Steam version comes out. But, you know. I'm pretty maniacal about not showing ads on this stream, to the point where like I would straight up pay Amazon to not have ads on my stream, but that's not an option, unfortunately. Just a few unlucky Monster Slayers. I kind of wish I had Monster Slayers and stuff in this fort. Yeah, right? Can't wait to have to relearn the whole fucking video game. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be a quick pickup for anyone who's messed about with the game previously. Most of the stuff that I'm trading is just gifts that have been given to us. I'm just trying to move them. Monster Slayers are funny. Monster Slayers are great. They're some of my best stuff. Am I regifting? Kind of. Retributing, I guess. Because technically they're tributes, not gifts. How you been, Sergeant Mage? It's been a while. Did I put food in here? No, I didn't. Interesting. Oh, was it you that I liked? People have different usernames in different places. Unless you have the same username and I'm just that blind. Uh-oh. Sucks to be the wild boarman and wild boar woman. Well, it's still... Well, I don't think your real name is Sergeant Mage. So, I wouldn't know that it's you. But thank you for commenting. And although if your real name is Sergeant Mage, that would be the coolest real name ever. I'm glad. I'm glad, considering those aren't exactly hard for me to make, so. They're pretty easy for me to throw together. Getting killed by their own overdone bureaucracy. My game isn't slowing down because of it. That's not an issue. The only thing that really causes slowdown in this game is for me currently in this fortress, is buzzards attacking my my trade caravans, which is why I'm trying to get this area cleared out, because I had a human caravan bug out in here, which they refused to leave. So the only way to get them to leave was to destroy the trade depot, and then all the stuff got dumped on the ground. So I'm currently trying to just get rid of the stuff that's what that was left from when they from when they traded, which looks like we've almost pulled off. Then I can destroy this trade caravan and put it over here so the buzzards will stop dive bombing the traders, which is what is the problem currently. It's the only thing that's really bringing us frame rate problems right now. Everything else is just kind of okay, and we're playing at totally playable frame rates. Because I have so few dwarves in this fort. Well, we only have 44 dwarves in the fort. Tame dragon? I'd need a dragon to show up first. Mouse controls? I don't know. I don't use mouse controls for Dwarf Fortress because Dwarf Fortress is designed to be used with keyboard controls. So why would you use mouse controls when the game is designed to be used with a keyboard? Maybe once the Steam version's out. Till then, I have no idea because I don't use mouse. Imagine? I don't have to because I know how ineffective dragons are at defending anything. So I unfortunately see past that magic and go, dragons are not that useful. I did have a dragon in my Christmas fort, though. And we did train it. And it was my king's pet. So that was fun. Let's make this out of... Let's use rose gold. Let's make it pink. Be gaudy. Why not? I mean, we're year 141 now. They'd be able to shoot fire. Hi, new here. Daunting, any big tips? Just play the damn game. Don't mod it. Using DF Hack and DF Therapist and Lazy Noob Pack actively makes the game more daunting. Just play the game for a bit. Just play the game. Don't worry about any plugins that make the game less stable. Don't worry about any management tools that make the game less stable. Just learn the basics. And then at that point, if you want those extra plugins, use them. My piece of advice is just play DF and ask questions. There are no dumb questions. Like, any question you ask, I can just show you. But yeah, just play. Did you find me through YouTube out of curiosity, or did you stumble in here through Twitch? But yeah, that's my big tip, is just play the game. No, you shouldn't use Master. Okay, so think about it this way, right? Sergeant Mage, you know a little bit about RimWorld, right? It's the difference between installing vanilla RimWorld and learning the tutorial with that, or installing 700 mods and learning that. What's easier? No, you shouldn't be using Masterwork initially. Masterwork is way harder. Actively makes the game harder. All your dwarves survived, but all the pets are still outside. No, and got nailed big time. Yeah. Just that's what you're doing when you're using Masterwork. The problem with Lazy Noob Pack is Lazy Noob Pack should actually be called Advanced User Tools Pack, because that's kind of what it actually is. That's literally what it is. So, RimWorld has like one thing it does better. But I don't want to get into that discussion. I just knew that Sergeant Mage has played RimWorld, so I was just using that as an example for Mage. But I don't really want to get into this versus that discussion because it's just irrelevant and redundant. You found me through YouTube. YouTube is the key to the rest of the is the key to the rest of the internet. It's not totally wrong. Not totally wrong. Not totally wrong. I'm glad that you found me through YouTube, though. That's neat. I've had a lot of people stumbling on my Twitch channel through YouTube recently, and that's been fun. But welcome to the stream, Action Jacks. I thought that was Wikipedia random page. Maybe in 2007. Or actually, no, 4chan was probably the key to the rest of the internet in 2007. You did too, Buzzwinkle? You know, I like to mention this because I think it's hilarious to me. Is PAX East 2019 in Boston. I went to that convention, and there was someone who I used to consider a friend, and it's not because of this that I don't consider him a friend anymore, but he literally was like, yo, if you keep streaming Dwarf Fortress and keep uploading to YouTube the way you are, you're gonna not be able to afford to keep streaming within a year because you're gonna go bankrupt, because you're gonna run out of stuff, because people are just gonna stop watching you because nobody wants to watch that incomprehensible crap. I beg to differ. Keep up with the Tarn interviews only if he shows up. I'll keep doing them if he keeps wanting to do them with me. Like I got no control over what Tarn does. It's just if Tarn wants to keep being on my stream, he can keep being on my stream. Like I joked last time, like, you know what? Like I just need to have Tarn on my stream every day, and then like, you know, like my career is just set. We're good to go. But yeah, I mean, I'll have him back on as soon as he wants to be back on. You were abducted to Krug's videos? How does a video kidnap you? That's like impressive, actually. What are you carrying? Enormous silver corkscrew. Okay, that's fine. How are you doing, Jamie? Oh, you'll be okay. You'll be totally fine. Proud, satisfied, euphoric, exhilarated. Yeah, I figured you meant addicted, but it really looked like you wrote abducted. It really looked like that. Krug smashes videos, Rod Justice? Damn. 56 streaming days. This fort is weird, though. This fort is weird. I'm not playing this fort the way most people play this fort. Most fortresses are played kind of like an epic blockbuster film where you build up a big army and then go and, you know, invade everybody, start a war, live fast, die hard, and die in crumbling into pieces. This fort is like a soap opera with a small group of people that never ends. So I'm intentionally keeping it small to try and keep a fort alive for 1,000 years in game time. Although the fort itself is huge, but like the population, the goals, what I'm actually doing is very small. We're a trade hub, basically. So the way I'm keeping it alive for so long is by keeping my population down and intentionally not murdering my dwarves. How old is this fort? We're on year 141. We started on year 5. So 136 years old. Seth says a lot of things that I think should have him shut up permanently, but sure. I really hate that meme. I really, really hate that meme. Seth's review also made me not want to stream this game anymore because of how obnoxious chat got for a bit there. Not a fan of him. But my opinions on Seth are well known. This dwarf will be okay. Feels free remembering wearing old clothing. It'll be good. especially considering you're no longer wearing old clothing. He's a fucking twat edgelord with a lot of money and a big fan base, and he throws it around wildly with like little care given to the result that it causes. And as a content creator, that makes me lose all respect for the guy. But he promotes games that deserve it. So. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a very good game, but it ain't perfect. And any improvements are nice. Oh no! Upper body is cut open. Yeah, that'll do it. That siege is going to be there for a while, too. Unless something shows up and breaks it, Diamond. It's going to be a while. How's Brander doing? Harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. You know, I think this dwarf might also recover. Assuming something doesn't kill him, I think that dwarf's going to recover. Even though he's utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. He's either going to recover or he's going to go into a constant depression and never fall out of it. Oh, really? Okay, so they just killed a few things and left. Must have just been a scouting party then. Did you count how many of them there were? It's pretty easy to distinguish a scouting party if you... Actually, what type of soldiers were they? Were they, like, just a couple bowmen and then thieves? Is there a way to get rid of problem dwarves? Highlight them and expel them. Is the humane way to do it. I think so. Okay, yeah, then it was definitely a scouting squad. Yeah, they're easily spooked. Speaking of adding crazy crap to Dwarf Fortress, how the hell is Tarn's magic plans going to change Fortress mode? I have no idea. I wish I could tell you because I'd love to know. And as soon as you figure it out, please tell me. I'm playing totally vanilla, yeah. But like, I assign all jobs with this menu. I hit P to see their profile, hit L to hit the jobs menu, and then assign jobs in here using plus and minus on the numpad and selecting what jobs I want them to do. It takes a little bit longer than Dwarf Therapist, but the game doesn't ever crash, so... Brander Buddy just tantrumed. And part of the, like, I certainly could use DF hack, right? And it certainly would make my life easier. But quite literally, the reason I don't, and note, Krug Smash also doesn't, is I don't want to showcase the game in that state. Because people are watching me. And people are learning Dwarf Fortress because of me. I genuinely believe this is a better way to learn the game. And I would like more people to get into Dwarf Fortress. And if I'm showcasing the game in... Oh, no. Here's the thing. You can install graphical tile sets without Lazy Noob Pack. Unless, like, you're switching multiple times a day. I've installed... I can show you how to install Spacefox. It's not hard. You go into your init files, you turn on graphics, and put some things in and run an AXE, and you're done. It's not hard. It's not hard. It's not hard. It's easy. Right now? Probably not. I should make a video about how to do it, though. Because I'm not going to close this game and make a new install. Which I would have to do. Rather than installing it over this one, because I don't want to uninstall this tile set. But, like, if you go to the Spacefox page, it has instructions on how to install it, like, on the forum post. It's not hard. You can do that. You don't need Lazy Noob Pack to do a lot of that stuff. Sure, it makes swapping from tile set to tile set easier, but play the game the way you want to play it. Just don't use Masterwork as a total noob, please. But literally, like, a lot of this stuff is as difficult as just going to this folder, hitting data, going to init, clicking this, and changing a few things, literally just changing a few options in here, right? Like, a lot of this stuff is as complicated as just going into this file and being like, okay, graphics info most is above, set graphics to yes, turn all on. It will use raw graphics folder for the tile informative. Currently, it is limited to whatever creature graphics you have downloaded. Just graphics, yes. And plop it into the correct file. Like, what does Masterwork add? It completely reworks how wood works. It adds in lichens and other were creature types. It adds in a whole races, I think orcs. I think brownies are an option too. It has the option to add a bunch of different races. It adds in a whole bunch of diseases and other like things that make the game harder. It adds in some things that can make the game run better. A whole lot. Also, it complicates a lot of item recipes. So if you really like having to craft an item, if you really like the process of making soap, you can have a shit ton of other things like that. Kobolds are already in the game. But succubi and orcs are new. Also, humans are playable in DF Vanilla. You just have to change an option. But you don't want to play them. Yeah, it's like Feed the Beast. It's like using a mod pack, a big complicated Minecraft mod pack, basically. Yeah, because that's what it is. It's just a big old mod pack. At some point, I'll do maybe I'll do a Masterwork playthrough after I finish Longdeath, if the Steam version isn't out by then. Why don't we want to play as humans? Why don't you want to play as humans? Because they're not fully developed. Like, literally, they're not designed to be played yet. It's planned for them to be played, but they are straight up missing mechanics. So Masterwork adds in mechanics for you to be able to play them. But do you want to play an unfinished race that the game isn't designed or balanced for? I guess that's up to you. I don't. Which is why I say you don't want to. You think you want to, but you don't want to. It's just like, you think that playing as kobolds would be really cool, and then you realize they can't dig. Or make tools. Well, you gotta remember, I'm staring Tarn in the face and saying, will you release the Steam version before I finish this fort or not? I kind of hope he totally does, because I've been playing this fort now for how many months? Let's find out. Hold on. Give me a second. I could tell you. I want to say since August. Open up my YouTube channel. 4 months. 4 months I've been playing this fortress. And I'm not that far through. Of course I'm pumped for the Steam version. Damn it. I'm like, I have a lot of hopes for the Steam version. How's that newbie dwarf doing? Morden, where are you at? There you are. Satisfied upon improving. Look at how happy military makes dwarves that want to master a skill. Satisfied, satisfied, euphoric, satisfied, 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 remembering, blissful, blissful, satisfied. That's good. You love to see it. You love to see it. What are you using as a weapon? An iron spear. Good choice. And you need new gloves. Good to know. But I'm pumped for the Steam version, not even because, like, I'm pumped for the Steam version for 3 reasons. Some of them are selfish. The first reason is I'm very excited for a lot of new people to actually try the fucking game, because there's so many people who are just like, I love the idea of Dwarf Fortress, but then like never even download it because they just go, but it's scary, so I won't. And I'm very excited for that stigma to lift a little bit. So that's the first thing I'm excited for. The second thing I'm excited for about the Steam version is I kind of make a living playing Dwarf Fortress. This streaming is my full-time job. So if the game gets bigger, that means I do better financially, generally. That's how being a content creator works. And so I'm excited for myself and everybody I know who creates content for Dwarf Fortress because I want to see the game grow, because I want to see them do better. I want to see Bay 12 Games' Patreon go from like, where is it at right now? Like close to 10 grand a month up to like 20 grand a month. And I'd like to see Krug Smashes double as well. And I'd like to be able to afford modular synthesizers. So, you know, that's the selfish reason. And then the final reason is the game's literally just a work of art. And seeing it get more mainstream recognition is going to be fantastic, regardless of how big the player base gets. And meanwhile, Infinity is running around like supposedly reading a book. I don't think you're actually reading a book. Totally haggard due to the stresses placed on her and is oblivious to the reality. So, yeah, you could say I'm pretty pumped for the Steam version. Selfish goals aside. You've watched me for 37 minutes. That's oddly specific. But then again, I kind of feel that way about most of the games I play. You know, I feel similarly about Jupiter Hell. I feel similarly about Lost Flame. I feel similarly about all of the games that I play that don't get much recognition. Dwarf has tantrumed a few times, but hasn't committed any crimes, which is interesting. This game was supposed to be a 3-month project. As I say that, he goes and destroys 2 windows. This game was supposed to be a 3-month side project. This game is the Gilligan's Island of video games. A 3-hour tour. It's the fucking Gilligan's Island of video games. It was supposed to be a 3-hour tour. 17 years later. Now, question is, but no, what this game was supposed to be was it was supposed to be you see a fortress, or what the original pitch for it was you see a built fortress, you watch an AI army come in and procedurally destroy the fortress, and then you play as an adventurer and you go in and you read about what happened in the fortress. That's what it was originally supposed to be. And kind of still is, sort of. And then you get a score based on how much of the lore you find, basically. And you can still download that version of the game. It still exists. Really? Nobody saw you break 2 windows? Damn. What's running a fort next to an ocean like? Like running a fort next to a field, except it's water, and there's ocean waves and spray. And sometimes you see things like sharks or mermaids. Although I've never actually seen mermaids, to be clear. I've seen sharks and I've seen squid people. I've never actually seen mermaids, though. All right. I'm going to try something else. New squad. No uniform. You join it. And set them to training. So now you're just going to attend meetings and hang out in the tavern, basically. I'm not going to set this dwarf to training. But this dwarf is now just going to go tend to their needs instead of running from place to place and trying to do jobs. If the dwarves have committed a lot of crimes? I mean, I've sent dwarves away in this fort. It depends on the fortress and the mayor. You won't see me crushing dwarves with a drawbridge. I will try and save them first. But if I do want to kill a dwarf, the way I'll do it is I'll wait until they get put in prison, and then I'll just lock the door. Because that's much more believable to me as something that dwarves would do rather than crushing them with a drawbridge. I mean, dropping them into lava is more believable to me. For me, it's just I try and RP things that I consider to be believable or logical. Like, what would a dwarf do? How would a dwarf remove another dwarf? Who are my nobles? Currently, just Focal Fury. I don't have nobles. I just have a mayor. Yeah, see, and I don't like that player tendency. I also don't kill nobles. I keep my nobles. I like having a king in my fort. I like having a baron, and I'm very sad that my baron died in this fort. There you go. This dwarf is doing what they need. If you have a military that isn't dwarf that isn't assigned to train, they will just try and take care of their needs, and this dwarf needs to socialize. I'm babysitting this dwarf and trying to fix them. Do I build grand mausoleums? Do you take part in conversations or just ask questions? Yes, I build grand mausoleums. I build everything that my... If a noble is demanding something, I build exactly what the noble is demanding. Morden has become a spear dwarf. Excellent. But yeah, no, if a dwarf is demanding something, I will give them the thing that the dwarf is demanding. And if they demand something that I literally can't build mechanically in the game, I just cry. Sometimes you take part. Fair enough. There's ways to take part in the conversation, though, without just repeatedly asking very simple questions, right? Who are your nobles? Do you build grand mausoleums? Who's running the fort? What's running a fort next to an ocean like? It's like, you know, we can have some back and forth. Like, think about it this way. This isn't an interview where Chad is interviewing streamer, right? This is a conversation where I participate in the conversation with you guys. That's entertaining and fun. But if it's just chat interviewing streamer, it's just obnoxious. No one likes watching that. Unless this is an AMA stream, which it's not. That's funny, Diamond. If they're storming outside to drink, you might need to, you know, brew some alcohol for them. Unless your brewing is outside, which is a problem. How about the cave-in dust they're breathing? Oh, no. Let's see how much I can babysit this one dwarf. I mean, what? Charties. Oh, the still was outside? Oh, I get you. Yeah, okay. This is why you should have a stockpile of alcohol inside. But I've certainly had that moment where I'm like, why are all my dwarves starving to death? And then I realize, oh, the door is locked. They can't get outside. Real dwarves are able to use their beards as respirators. Maybe they just need to get outside to replace the filter. Taigo. I once had a bird forgotten beast that gave off deadly dust that literally just flapped its wings about, I don't know, 3Z levels above my fort until everything died. That was lovely. Well, not everything. We ended up killing it eventually, but it did kill a lot of shit. Oh, really? Who's giving the demonstration? Oh, this is kind of awesome. So, okay, so I have this one depressed dwarf, right? Brander Buddy. Now, the depressed dwarves will go to whoever the noble is to like complain about the state of their life, and it actually gives them positive moods. You know, when they say satisfied while yelling at somebody in charge. Yeah, there you go. It's like kind of in the middle there. My mayor is giving a metalworking demonstration specifically for this dwarf by himself. One of the few things that one of the few things that she wants is she wants to craft. But I have nothing that needs crafting, right? And there's never anything that needs crafting long enough to keep this dwarf happy. But they're getting the happy crafting thoughts from the demonstration. And I love the fact that it's my mayor giving the metal crafting demonstration. You have a good night, animal. Cheers. Also, to be clear, Sergeant Mage, you are allowed to ask questions, but just like if it's just popping off constantly, it's just going to bother me after a bit. Like, if you need help with things, ask for help with things, but don't just like throw a wall of questions, because there's a reason why big streamers just completely ignore their chat, and it's that. And now they're socializing. My dwarves are naming spears. How are we doing over here? Learning about metal crafting, improving metal crafting, learning about stone crafting. Hang in there, dwarf. It means exactly what it says. It's like the equivalent of rain, but instead of rain, it's snowing. So snow will pile up on the ground. Also, I'm learning real quick. This website is great for some ambience for your Dwarf Fortress. Builds a little bit of atmosphere. The thermodynamics engine. That's a very dwarfy thing, that's for sure. Also, good news, everyone. I just got a notification that my synthesizer has been shipped. Good shit. It is good news, considering I had to reorder it from a different location. But still makes you nauseous. Yeah. 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 I don't mind the little riff, but it does get kind of obnoxious after a bit. I need to slaughter some sheep. By some, I mean a shit ton of sheep. Sure, I'll also slaughter that unicorn while I'm at it. I'm trying to get that one in the middle. There we go. The unicorns I purchased from the elves, if anybody's wondering how we got them. Still no crimes committed. How are we doing down here? Frustrating after being unable to practice a craft. All right, let's try this. Brander, 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 Brander. Removed you from the squad. Remove you from farming, remove you from stoneworking, remove you from engineering, remove you from crafts, remove you from that, give you all the metal smithing. And let you just make... You know what? Let's just leave those on repeat for a little bit. See what that does to your mood. Let's see what that does to your mood. Yeah, turning off the sound was one of my favorite settings that I found back when I first started doing this. All right. I'll be back in a second. I'm going to go prep my lunch stuff real quick. Have a good shower. Eat the cheese. How you doing over here, Dwarf? Satisfied at work? Well, that's good. It's afraid reliving experiencing trauma. You gotta love PTSD. Gotta love it. Hate to see it, but you gotta love it. Praise the miners. Lucky you. Time to begin digging deeply and greedily. Okay, why the fuck's there bones in your living space? Oh, they're your teeth. Oh my god. So the dwarf who got beaten in their own bedroom got their teeth knocked out, and their teeth are just on the floor in their bedroom. That's very funny. That is very, very funny. Any series of mine? So for me, it's difficult because my series aren't really series. Probably the Dayforts. Dayforts Season 1 is probably what I would recommend. Actually, if you type an exclamation point Dayfort, you can get a link to all that information. So if you want to see from the start of an embark, the reason I'd recommend the Dayforts is because they're one-shot forts. So I find a location, embark, and retire the fortress in one stream. They're usually like 5 to 6 hours on YouTube. If you just want raw gameplay, that's probably what I'd recommend. Unless you want to start watching this fortress from the beginning, which you can totally do. That's totally an option. This fortress has evolved a shit ton since the start. Um, like the original fort location no longer exists. But if you want to see like just gameplay, there's that. If you want to see a bit more than just one single stream, Shattered Monster or Gift Vault are my two recent fortresses that were seasonal. So I did a Christmas themed one, which was Gift Vault, and I did a Halloween themed one, which was very evil and combat heavy, which is Shattered Monster. Those are both playlists on my YouTube channel. But it kind of depends on what you want. The day forts are all just one fort, one stream. It's all kind of compressed into one thing. But if you want a multi-part thing to watch through, there's Gift Vaults or Shattered Monster. As far as this fort goes, this fort is like kind of weird because it's like it's not quite mid-game. It's definitely not end game, but it's definitely not early game. Like I have a big enough fort for it to be end game, but it's the gameplay wise is much more like mid game. Because I'm not doing a lot of the stuff that you would do normally at end game to just extend the fort's life. So, like, layout-wise, it's big and complicated, but what's actually happening is quite simple. It's just dwarves running around doing their things. This is like watching a fully functioning anthill, basically, instead of, like, building a fortress. But, yeah. Those are what I'd recommend. Although there will probably be a new fort at some point, because this fortress is about to become legacy. This fortress is about to move back or be on an older version of the game, because a new version of the game is coming out very soon, TM. So we're waiting for that. But, yeah. Also, this has nothing to do with DF, but if you haven't, and if you're even remotely interested in Minesweeper, you should download that version of Minesweeper and help us test it. Download that version of Minesweeper and help us test it, because it's a version of Minesweeper that we are building with this stream. So we can have a good Minesweeper client, because I'm so tired of shitty ones. And I really like Minesweeper. But aside from that, if you just want like DF storytelling, Krug Smash, anything. I like Monster Killer a lot. It's probably my favorite one that he's ever done. But I know a lot of people really like Honey Stoker too. You got 43 miners? Auto labor's a pretty great thing to turn on, honestly. I kind of wish that the game would go more in that direction, actually. And I think it will with the Steam version. Like, I'm mostly just babysitting this one dwarf right now. Wait, who are you? Oh shit, Simplex snapped out of it. Whoa. Not just snapped out of it, but like improved. Huh. Well, shoutouts to that. Because Simplex was utterly harrowed by the nightmare that was her tragic life. And now she's up to satisfied after reading Truth About Animal Courtship. And is now pondering foraging behavior and seems to be quite happy. Well, that's good. I was very worried about that, Dwarf. I was very bloody worried. Come on, Dwarf. Infinity's improving. Now you just have to. I just don't care anymore. Why are you frustrated? I acquire something. You don't have metal bars. Do you have anything you could melt? Do you have any armor or a pick? Because if you have 42 miners, that means you must have 42 picks, which means somebody's pick can be melted. So if you can assign one of those picks to be melted, make a piece of charcoal, and melt that pick, that'll give you bars. Or enough bars that Dwarf could be fixed. Let's do some helms. Some gauntlets. We're talking about a new player here, Freskins. But yes. I mean, I'm using charcoal and it's just fine. Speaking of. Should queue up some more. I mean, you're also on a volcano, mister. Smelting hematite and galena and tetrahedrite. What else did you find? Was it just was it hematite and galena and tetrahedrite? Or was there something else in there? Audio, how we doing? It's good to see you. Good news is that synthesizer's shipped. Yay. Ships from a different location, but still shipped. Just working. Gotcha. You have cinnabar as well, but uranium isn't a thing so far? No, it's not. A forbidden game? Intergalactic ketchup manufacturing simulator? What's a forbidden game? I'm trying to think, like, what are forbidden games? Like, Manhunt is pretty forbidden? Oh, why is CDDA forbidden? Just because I don't play it doesn't mean it's forbidden. CDDA is fine. It's a very good game. It's just not a game I want to play. Just because I don't want to play it doesn't mean it's forbidden. I also don't want to play, you know, Monster Hunter, Diablo, StarCraft, League of Legends. Doesn't mean any of them are forbidden. Oh, that's actually kind of cool, Touch Streak. It's very red. Yeah, it's a good color. I like it. I mean, I like rose gold because it's pink. But the good thing about CDDA is it's turn-based, meaning you can help us test out our Minesweeper client while you're playing CDDA. So not only can you test out CDDA, but you can also help us. Not only can you play CDDA, but you can also help us. Do that. So I have bad news for you, Diamond Destruct. Because they're all on this tile, you know what that means, right? It means they're drinking from the stream. They are drinking from the stream. You realize that, right? You do have alcohol, I hope. Brander Buddy is throwing a tantrum. An earthenware statue was toppled. Oh, boy. At least this dwarf doesn't really have violent tantrums. This dwarf kind of just does other things for a bit. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, sometimes you got to do that, right? I mean, I've certainly run out of booze before. I've certainly run out of booze. That's not good. One of my favorite quotes about Dwarf Fortress, though, is how you can fit 1,000 dragons in a single tile if they all lie down. Which is what happened there when they were all drinking. They all lay down. Now, did anybody report your crimes? That's the question. Doesn't look like it. It's not a roguelike if it's not turn-based. Roguelikes are turn-based. It's literally, it's a run-based game if it's not turn-based. But if you want to go by modern inaccurate definitions, then sure. But people also call plenty of games that are not RPGs RPGs, so. I mean, think about it this way, right? Calling a game a roguelike is like calling a game a turn-based strategy game. There is no real-time turn-based strategy games. Like, you can't make a turn-based strategy game real-time because by definition of the genre, it's turn-based. Like, in order to be a roguelike, you need to be a turn-based, procedurally generated game with randomly placed loots and undiscovered items that you discover as you play. Yeah, Skyrim is a action adventure game with quests and RPG elements. Crypt of the Necrodancer is weird to the point where, like, I don't know. Crypt of the Necrodancer is just a weird rhythm game to me. Like, it's a dungeon crawling rhythm game. I don't know. That one, that's the one that I'm like, I don't know. I mean, the fact that it's a rhythm game makes it unplayable to me at a point. I really enjoyed Crypt of the Necrodancer. I liked playing it when I did. That's that one's weird. I don't know. Not really. Not really. Is my knee-jerk reaction. I don't know. At some point, I need to make a video and just call it a plea for roguelikes or something because it's literally like, it's been painful watching my favorite genre of video games slowly die because people are just too dense to realize what the genre is. But I'll just say this, you know, Hades is not a roguelike. It's an excellent run-based action game. Excellent run-based action game. It's not a roguelike. Risk of Rain 1 and 2. Both games I love. Excellent run-based action games. Not roguelikes. Some people call fucking RimWorld a roguelike. Which boggles my mind. I'll just sell you guys some clothing. We'll do that. Because I got plenty of clothing I can sell the elves. There we go. That'll be plenty. I will say this, though. Crypt of the Necrodancer has more in common with traditional roguelikes than most games that call themselves roguelikes. It's probably the closest mainstream success that isn't a roguelike that people call a roguelike. Yeah, I don't know. I do not mind the term action roguelike, though. I think that is a pretty accurate descriptor for a lot of games that take roguelike elements but aren't a roguelike, you know? Like, people immediately know the difference when you say RPG versus action RPG or adventure game versus action adventure game. People know what the difference is there. You know, when I say action RPG, people think like Diablo, Path of Exile. They think Wolcen. They think about those styles of games, and they know what I'm talking about when I say that. Child, are you okay? Is that mug just too heavy for you? Like, why are you moving so slowly? I guess brass, not a good material to use for goblets for children. Look how slowly this poor child moves. They're associated with rivers and with various parts of nature. Yeah, every force of nature has a force associated with it. Yeah, we need to give that baby more booze and strengthen them up. Weight training at a young age. Nice and heavy goblets. So the smelter is red. Have you set an item to be melted? Diamond Destruct? Because you'll have to set the item to melt if you haven't. Ooh, they have a dingo. Kind of want to buy the dingo. You know, is that, hold on. You know what? I'm going to buy that emu. All right, good. I mean, if you need help, just let me know and I can do my best to explain it. Soul of the dingo? I bought the emu instead of the dingo, okay? I think these are Australian elves. They're bringing me emus and dingoes. No, the dwarves just need to not be occupying it with other tasks. It doesn't need to be specifically in a... What's it called? It doesn't need to specifically be in a stockpile or anything. Give me a shout if you need help. Of course, there's always the Discord and Twitch chat if you need specific things. Enjoy Gift Vault. Cheers, Action Jacks. Leave comments and stuff so I know where you're at. Because I read all YouTube comments, even if I don't respond. But generally I do if they're not nonsensical. I don't usually respond to the... Tony should just add multi-core support, rewrite all the code, add 3D graphics. Can the game be isometric? Can we just make this work? Can you do this? Can you do that? Can we have smooth movement, please? Can the game be 3D? Why isn't the game 3D? They should make the game 3D. You know what would be really great is if they added controller support. What, does this run on my phone? Does this have iStat support? When's this coming to Apple? We'll start. Hey, Goldpoke, what's up? Can you do a backflip? No, actually. I can do a verbal backflip. Or when people talk to me like I'm the developer of Dwarf Fortress. Then I don't respond. Because there's some people who I think genuinely think I'm Tarn Adams. How you doing, Goldpoke? Where did Brander Buddy go? There you are, top half. All right. Looks like putting you into a squad by yourself seems to be the best course of action here. There's no such thing as eating too many ribs. I know a girl who does circus performing stuff, and she could probably teach you how to do a backflip. Maybe don't eat your own ribs. Eating your own ribs may be a bad idea. Just possibly a bad idea. Although, you know, whatever you're into, I ain't kink shaming, but like, I can't say I can recommend eating your own ribs. I mean, eating them, probably fine. It's removing them that might be a problem. You can kick above your head? I'm not flexible enough to kick above my head, I don't think. But I am more flexible than I was a couple of years ago. Oh, B-Leg clipped it. There you go. But if you want me to love you, the Goldpoke might love B-Leg right now. But if you want me to love you, you'll download B-Leg's version of Minesweeper, and leave comments on the page for how we can improve it. Because B-Leg is building us a Minesweeper client. And if you download it through the itch.io app, we get automatic updates. And that's going to be the version of Minesweeper that I stream now. It's B-Leg's Boring Minesweeper. And yes, it's free. Dwarf is trying to find something that they need. which is an interest, or in this case, socializing. Feels pleasure near a fine door. Feels pleasure near a fine container. Not really new. No, I've had it installed A and B for a few years now, I'd say. It's right here on my desktop, right next to the Spotify client, right there. They've had it for a while. I don't think it's super heavily advertised, but I mean, it's a very simple client. Like, I mean, if you load it up, it just looks like this. And it just shows you your collections and your library, and you can just directly download games from within here. There is a book in your world called Ice, and you saying blech. Is it, please tell me it's a book about a terrible meal. I don't play DF on Mac, but I know I should, I mean, use the computer that works. Use the computer that works. I don't know, does anybody here know anything about playing DF on Mac? Because I use a Windows PC. And also, you shouldn't buy a Windows PC. You should buy a computer and then install Linux on it. And I'm saying this as a Windows 10 user. But it was authored to glorify a deity. Wonderful. What's it the deity of? Just run it. There you go. Just download the Mac version, I would assume. The God of Fortresses? I mean, and I sang Blech as well. That is beautiful, Touch Tree. I like this. Feels free remembering being released from confinement. Remembering being released from prison, this dwarf feels free. If you want a slower experience, you can run it in a Windows emulator. I wouldn't recommend that. Also, Red Balloon Boy, thanks for following 2 hours ago, by the way. I did see that. I don't have notifications for him, but I see him. Dang it! Aquasar is upset. Bored after a lack of abstract thinking. All right, well, we'll chuck you into the position of scholar. Because Aquasar is a merchant, so I can't put you in the military. In the Mac Linux thingy. I like the very accurate technical wording. Oh no, Brander Buddy's beating the shit out of a dwarf. Ooh. Please don't kill Spitalier the Second. Are you throwing his clothing everywhere? What is happening? Brander Buddy's calmed down. The militia captain scratches the captain of the guard in the left lower leg, and the injured part is torn apart. An artery has been opened by the attack. The force bends the knee, tearing apart the muscle. Ooh. Yeah, I want to know what's a Mac Linux thingy as well. I'm very curious about this. Captain of the guard is having trouble breathing. Literally was just like throwing clothing everywhere, I think. Yeah, literally like ripped his clothes off. What the fuck is happening? This is an anime fight. What actually is going on? Well, Spitalier's the merchant has been found dead. So there's that. And Brander Buddy has been accused of the crime. Although Spitalier was my was my captain of the guard, so literally just murdered a cop. Well, fuck. Diamond Destruct. Guess what? You have a new job, and it's you're now the cop. So please convict this dwarf of his crimes. Yeah. Welp. They took off their weighted clothing. It's about to get serious. I mean, actually, what happened was he killed Spitalier and then threw his clothing everywhere. And you're gonna put Brander Buddy in prison. Literally, like, punched him to death and then threw his clothing everywhere. Is what that dwarf did to Spitalier II, who's actually like Spitalier IV. Sorry, Spitalier, this is what you get for gifting 350 subs in this channel and supporting me super heavily, is you get killed multiple times. You did a no-no. You in trouble. You murdered a cop. Quite fucking literally. Although, fortunately, that cop was just a, what do you call it? A merchant, so not hard to replace. And Polking's also in prison for some reason. I'm not sure why Polking's in prison. I probably missed a mandate, but doesn't seem to mind. In fact, actually, I think is happier being in prison. Feels repentant after being confined, interested near a fine bed, interested near a wonderful cabinet, was interested near a completely sublime restraint, and interested near a fine door. Also interested near a wonderful seat and a completely sublime container. So Polking's improving in prison. And this dwarf doesn't feel anything after being confined. He feels pleasure near a fine statue, feels pleasure near a wonderful seat, and feels pleasure near a completely sublime restraint. So hopefully you improve while in prison. Sit down and think about what you did. Yeah. Please don't kill anybody again. How long did you get put in prison for, actually, I wonder? "27 days for murder. Not bad. How about Polking? 20 days for not completing a thing that my mayor wanted us to make. It's like, you murdered somebody. Okay, you get 20 days in prison. And what did you do? I didn't make something for the mayor in time. What do you get? 20 days in prison instead of 27. Not bad. Fucking lol. Oh, it's fine. The berserk vampire neighbor's stuck. He's chained up. He just lives there. He's quite chill, really. He just stays there screaming. Forever. Trash Battery is gonna get jealous that someone else is going to jail. Yeah, Trash Battery has been kind of sad. Hasn't been to prison in a while. It's really funny when dwarves get sent to prison and actively get happier. Because they're like, oh, this is lovely. Just make your prisons really nice. And then when they go to jail, they'll get positive mood buffs. Do you have ad block installed? Also, I think this probably goes without saying. Sorry for suddenly changing subjects, but oh, it's the Twitch app? Oh, wow. Why are you using the Twitch app? I'm so sorry for your loss. Jesus. That's really dumb if the official like desktop app is giving you that. I don't think I had it installed for a little bit and then I reinstalled Windows and never reinstalled it. It's the only way for a while that Twitch was officially communicating with Twitch partners. But yeah, I don't care. Feels satisfied after learning about biting. Good to know. I learned how to chew. This is good. Interested after learning about biting. I hope it was a good nap, Bastet. Bastet, I will have you know that your dwarf hasn't really done much. But you are delighted after putting on an exceptional item. That is amazing, though, Tyga. Kind of amazing. You use the app and you like it? I mean, I feel bad for you. I love that there's just like a bunch of vomit and blood on the ground in the hospital from the dwarf that got splatted. How you doing, Aquasar? You want to pray. And you want to practice a martial art. So this sucks. Merchants cannot be added to the military. It's just the way the game works. Oh, for notifications? Yeah, that makes sense. If you use it for notifications. Although I think Discord's a better way of getting notifications personally. Dwarves that are merchants can't be added to the military. And if they want to practice a martial art, there's literally no way for me to help them. Except for expelling them, which just sucks, and I hate it. But not much I can do about that. But yeah, to anybody who downloads that Minesweeper client that I'm linking in chat, keep in mind, very much an alpha. Like it's, you know how people joke about early access? That's like not even early access. This is like pre-early access demo. A lot of things we were thinking about for that, so. Yeah, that's fair, Tygo. You might as well use it for its main purpose. I mean, I tried using it for its main purpose for a bit and was like, nah, and went back to not. So, I mean, if you're able to use it for its main purpose, that's kind of impressive to me. I don't like the way it operates. Not a huge fan. Let's see if I can get some interesting artworks drawn. Gonna get them to do a bunch of engraving. Looks like my mayor's doing some engraving. Images of dwarves. It's mostly just gonna be images. Ooh, what's that? It's an exceptionally designed image of Hobo and 2 llamas by Sparkly. Hobo's embracing the 2 llamas. Hobo died in this fortress a while ago, but loved llamas for their long necks. Ooh. Terrifying. The Forgotten Beast, Bossa, or Masliku Kongas go Kugan go gn go. Kugan go gn go. Anu has come, a gigantic hairy tarantula. It has thin wings, stretched skin, and a bloated body. Its scarlet hair is patchy. Beware its poisonous bite. So a fucking flying fat tarantula. Well, that's terrifying. It's the red S in the middle of the screen. Good thing the cavern layer is sealed off. To my knowledge, if I pause the game real quick, there is at least one other forgotten beast on this screen that it could actively fight with. So hopefully we get to watch the two of them battle. Yeah, it's lit. And you know, like when spiders get super fat because they're full of babies? I know that the Forgotten Beasts can't have babies, but in my mind, the reason its body is bloated is because it's filled with sacks of eggs. I would, if I found a giant hairy tarantula in my house, I'd probably call like Cinema Zoo or something and be like, why the fuck is there a tarantula in here? It's also bleeding. How is it bleeding? Maybe it just displaced water in some of the liquid waters. It doesn't seem to be particularly good at flying, but it is certainly like vaulting itself out of the water. It's like using the wings to jump really far. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen, but looks like they're about to fight. So for those of you who don't know, this is the other Forgotten Beast, which is very damaged. A great humanoid composed of green glass. It has a straight tail and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust. A grand battle between titans. It begins. The deadly dust spreads. The clouds thin. Our spider is jumping between levels, climbing up a wall. Its abdomen is broken. Well, that's not good. Another spray of dust blinds the beast that we are following, the giant tarantula, and it climbs back up the wall from the looks of things. I'm moving one turn at a time by pressing period. Can I get a round of beers for this grand battle between titans? Yeah, literally, it's just, it jumps close to it, gets caught in its extract, and then gets pushed away. Although the Forgotten Beast was able to punch the Forgotten Beast in the right second foot, and with its right hand, and the injured part collapses into a lump of gore. The Forgotten Beast attacks the Forgotten Beast, but it jumped away. Let's just unspeed time for a second here. Whoop, another cloud of dust. Okay, it looks like the humanoid has knocked the spider down. The spider is now prone and panicking. I think it got falcon punched a little bit. Another cloud of dust. The glass humanoid, I think, punched the spider up into the air. That or the spider is trying to climb away. One of the two. I'm not sure which. This is now real time. Spider is up in a tree, hiding from its assailant. It's very damaged. The humanoid is just waiting underneath for it to come back down. The spider is lying down. The spider moves. Another attack is imminent. The spider is now latched onto a wall, a few Z levels above. Next to it, one of the dead Forgotten Beasts switches up in this tree that other one has killed. The humanoid is still waiting. The spider is running around in the trees, trying to escape. And there it goes. Just like that. Gets caught in puke waters, the wastes of molds, forgotten extract. And its frail spider body crumbles under the weight, and ichor goes everywhere. Yeah, that glass beast is scary. It's killed, 1, 2, 3, 4 forgotten beasts here. I mean, it's a little damaged, but that's spooky. There was another glass Forgotten Beast, which was on the map for a while, but is no longer on the map, that I'm assuming it killed. That is just my assumption, is that it killed it. Also, to those of you who like gifting subs, Authority needs access to beer again. Same with Mr. Touchstreak. But I digress. If I could, I would just gift everybody subs. But I want to buy synthesizers instead of just gifting everybody subscriptions. Yes, no, it's still very functional. That's the thing about beasts that are made of materials like that. They don't feel pain. They're kind of like undead creatures. They can just be undead, you know? And just being undead is very scary. Also, thank you to everybody who's left comments on the Minesweeper build that B-Lug's working on. No nerves, muscles, yep. So they don't get weakened by getting damaged. Unless, like, they physically lose their legs or something. And they have to crawl. So, like, cracks and damages in a beast like that doesn't affect their ability to murder. You literally need to pulverize them to kill them. So, unless something... And the problem with, like, deadly dust like that is it can just expel dust and block line of sight. And if things can't see it, then whoop, they're just kind of useless. All right, so you like to practice some martial art. You are in the bear fighters. So let's get all of the hobby squads training. Yeah, hammers do, but I don't really have any desire to kill it. I could probably, because it doesn't usually move much unless there's other animals about. And it's right there. I could probably cave something in on it and crush it, but it might get caught on the canopy. So I don't know. If it was standing in the open, I could probably just drop something on its head and kill it. How's Free doing? Doesn't feel anything after being away from friends. Doesn't feel anything after being away from family. Bored after unable to practice a craft. Well, you don't seem to really like reading. I will remove you as a scholar. Yep, I have the Ettins still. In theory, I could probably bring the Forgotten Beast into the maze and then make the Ettins fight it, but it would be a waste of perfectly good Ettins because they would just get wrecked by it. I mean, I might as well just Atom Smash the Ettins. And then I'd have a beast in my maze that I need to deal with. I could also stick that other Forgotten Beast that's made of glass that has webs against it, but it would probably lose as well. Because I have this Forgotten Beast. This guy over here. Which is an enormous quadruped composed of clear glass. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. So I could drop down the... I could deconstruct this wall, drop the Hornblende bridges, and then open this bridge, close the exits, and then open this. That would let it fight with that Forgotten Beast. But I don't really want to do it because I kind of want to keep that thing so I could use it to make... Actually, what I should really do is just set it up to make... what's it called? Yours are made of... Yeah, silk. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, you don't really want them to be made out of snow or salt. Snow or salt is scary. I'm looking at this and going, I could probably set this up without too much trouble to be a silk printer. Died to a cave toad in one punch. Yeah. Snow monsters, you can just breathe on them. I want to say it was... I'm not sure where the lever was for this thing. Was it this one? Maze enter cavern 1. Cavern lair. Maze back door. What does this lever do again? I should check. I think I know what that lever does. It's been like 100 years since I've used this lever. Okay, yeah, so that's this lever. I think that lever might be... this one? Nope. Those are for the spikes. Trading block. Nice lever. How many things are connected to you? 2? Not enough connections. How about up here? Maze failsafe. Whole stabby 10. Let's pull that. This is why you name levers. See, here's the thing. I did. I just named them nonsensical things that are useless. And they made sense at the time. Name them descriptively. There you go. I always figure out what they do. It just takes a couple experiments. There you go. Found it. So let's hopefully not crush it. Glass beast. Silk. Someone will come pull it in a sec. I also need to give this, give this dwarf more cabinets. Hopefully don't squish it. It's combat development. See, here's the thing. I don't get excited about anything related to DF development as a rule, because I know it's going to take 10,546, 432 million years for anything to actually happen. So I'm just happy with the way DF is now. And a pile of bones? Those aren't bones. Those are clothing, not bones. Simple, common mistake, in fact. You're pleased to think of the possibilities? Totally fair. Yeah. I mean, I know some people who are like, I'll play DF when they add X feature, and you might as well just be like, I'm not going to play DF. Because it's like, don't wait for the Steam version. Don't wait for a feature to come out. Just play the fucking video game. And you'll have a much better time. Sarcasm. But DF years. Because that's IRL years anyway. I mean, realistically, like, Magic will be out before the end of 2029. Or rather, Magic will probably be out before Star Citizen hits 1.0, so. And it won't cost you $50 billion. Ambivalent after putting on an exceptional item. Pleasure near a fine table. Hang in there, Dwarf. You'll be okay. Warm stone detected? Do you know what warm stone detected means? If you don't, I can tell you what it means. If you'd like to know what it means. Otherwise, you can figure out what it means. Beer will cool you off. Well, I mean, if the stone is too warm, that is true. Beer will indeed cool you off. Yep, that can be changed into INI. But if you don't know what it means, it's actually quite useful. It's one of those things where it's like, it's kind of annoying, but I leave it on because I don't want to die accidentally. It's just your way of saying hi. Well, I'll have you know that your dwarf is now a legal dwarfing age, if I'm not mistaken. If I can find you. There you are. Your dwarf is now legal dwarfing age. And you're currently eating. What are you eating, actually? Oh, strawberry. You're eating a strawberry. Well, actually, I think strawberry plant specifically. It can't taste particularly great. Is there pressure, like if only if there's one wall between a billion liters of magma? Magma doesn't build up pressure. At all. So there's no pressure with magma. Sad you. Now it's time to play some of that, that Minesweeper. Fortifications is a really good way. You can also channel instead of digging. What, do you want me to make a fortifications guide? Carving or constructing? D capital F. Done. Not worth doing a tutorial for. I don't think, anyway. Also, apparently Jess is also having a boost this stream opportunity. So if you guys want to be awesome, go to Bellinair's stream and Jess's stream and boost them. For anybody who doesn't know what I'm doing right now, I'm setting up a silk printer. Setting up a silk printer. Yeah, the ad is longer than the video. Here's the thing. You can't put ads on videos that are shorter than 1 minute, I think. You can only put those little pop-up ads that pop up at the bottom. Also, this is just a comment from me to you. If you're subscribed to me on YouTube or supporting me on, or if you're subscribed to me on Twitch or supporting me on Patreon, you have my full permission to ad block all of my YouTube videos. I mean, you can do it anyway and I won't stop you, but like... There's also the option to subscribe on YouTube and give me money directly through YouTube, but nobody's done that yet. I have it there as an option, but... Let's put a rooster here. Actually, no, not a rooster. Let's put a... Yeah, fuck it. Let's put a rooster. I actually have a way that I could set this up that would be pretty nice. But I don't really want to risk my dwarves, so I'm not going to do it that way. I could set this up in a way that would be fully automatic, but could potentially kill my own dwarves if a dwarf happened to be in there. For an adventure mode game. Just remember there's a new version of the game coming out soon. Like very soon. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Q. I'm going to go select this. I'm going to forbid it. I'm going to jump up to this layer. And pull that lever. And let's see if this works. But big ancient worlds take forever to generate. But I guess you could do that while watching the stream, no problem. Alrighty, beastie. You know you want to do it. I don't think you can do it. But you know you want to. Go shoot some webs at that chicken. Do it. Do it. If that doesn't work, then I have another way to make it work. Unsurprising. Apologies. If he rewrites the whole game, unlikely anytime soon. My favorite excuse that I see people say is a modder gave factorial multi-threading for fun. Factorio is a way simpler game than Dwarf Fortress. Way fewer lines of code that are probably way more organized. All right. Let's unforbid this. And remove the construction of this. And unassign that chicken from that. No idea, because it's probably either been added and smashed or retrained. I thought about looking at it, but I didn't look. Because I figured you'd ask, but I was trying to just get rid of that shit. I'm not gonna lie, I was trying to just get rid of that shit. Let's put in a second wall. Up here. Cancel that middle piece, put a doorway in there. I mean, I know nothing about game development, so I can't say. There you go. There's hail hitting your roof? That sucks, animal. Hope you're able to get some sleep. I find hail oddly zen to listen to. I kind of like listening to the sounds of hail. My mayor has a demand. You want a gold throne in your bedroom? All right. I don't actually know which one's your bedroom. All right. That can just be your bedroom. We'll give you this as a bedroom. The old Baron's bedroom. At least that's a doable demand. Let's make a brown ones. King won't spot the difference. That's not true. Certainly will spot the difference. Also wants a buckler. Each sound of hail is the sound of money leaving the family budget for car repaint. Oh. Fair. Cool. We're making the gold throne. I'm wondering how long it's going to take for these pigs to fully decompose. I mean, currently they're just mangled skeletons. Who will be hanged? No one will be hanged. Someone might do a prison sentence, but it'll be accomplished because it's basically done. I mean, right now, Free is constructing the gold throne. Right now, see? The king. I mean, the king is one of my metalsmiths, so in theory, well, it's not a king, but the mayor could have made their own. Then the loyalty cascade happens. Someone hasn't listened to how the loyalty cascades work. I have to tell the person to kill a person. And if the king designates somebody go to prison, that's not me telling a person to kill a person. I have a hammerer, but you see, if prison sentences are not carried out, then other dwarves will get upset. This causes general morale of the fortress to decline. So if you do not have a hammerer and you do not have a captain of the guard, if crimes are committed, dwarves are upset. And if upset dwarves commit more crimes, then other dwarves get more upset that dwarves are committing crimes and they're not getting punished for them. And then if you continue to leave crimes unpunished and dwarves keep committing crimes, then other dwarves will get more upset and then they'll start committing crimes. Do you see why you should have a hammerer? It's really funny to me when people are just like, yo, you just don't have a hammerer. And then it's like, but then other dwarves will commit more crimes. I'd rather the dwarf that's committing a lot of crimes gets killed by the hammerer than they continue to commit crimes. Does that make sense? Just don't give them a hammer. Also, do you guys go equipping, like telling your hammerer to equip stuff? Because, like, they don't equip. Like, I have many hammers in my fort, and my hammerer is just running around with no hammer. Or rather, my captain of the guard is running around with no hammer because I don't currently have a hammerer assigned because I don't need one. You don't need one unless you have a sheriff, which is the higher tier. Captain of the guard will just go around acting as the hammerer. You don't need one unless there's a sheriff. And sheriff doesn't become a thing until you have a baron. I think that's how that works. That or I have it backwards, but... Oh, I need to wait for it to be finished being hauled. Give it a couple seconds. Hello, Ryan. How are you? Good news is the synth has been shipped. Bad news is it cost me extra $150, but it's been shipped. Also, that place doesn't take PayPal, so I had to put it on credit card, but I already paid it off, so... Yeah, Donut County is a great game for Game Pass. You watched the microtonal guitar videos in Pog? It's pretty Pog, isn't it? Speaking of things that are pretty Pog, you should go download this copy of Minesweeper that Blug is working on because Blug is making us a Minesweeper client because fucking... the online ones suck. Let's make a good Minesweeper client that isn't Finesweeper. And Finesweeper sucks too, because I don't like the way it looks. So download it. Leave feedback in the comments section. If you use the itch.io client, you'll get automatic updates. And there's a bonus. It's 69 megabytes if you're using the Windows version, which is pretty nice. I don't think he did that intentionally, but that's my favorite piece of feedback. Also, if you haven't, you should go over to Bellinair's stream, my teammate, and my other teammate Jess's stream, and check your channel points to boost them. Also, now I need to make bolts. Why do I keep spelling iron wrong? Because just like YouTube, itch.io has an algorithm that surfaces games that get a lot of activity. So a lot of downloads, a lot of comments, and a lot of views. So help us out. Also, is me talking about the Minesweeper thing getting annoying yet? If it starts getting annoying, let me know, chat, and I'll shut the fuck up about it for today. 2 cat leather water skins, yeah. They too are having problems with the cat population. Clearly. Shoutouts to Trash Battery, who's lugging this throne over there. What do you need a hammer for? I mean, it's not quite execution. Bopping, bum bum, bum bum. It's just a soft bop in the head. Yeah, it just sometimes also crushes the head in the process. It's accidental execution. They're not intending to execute. Sometimes they're just too strong to do so. They don't realize how strong they are. They're like a cat pushing an object off of a table. They're just surprised the object is moving. They don't realize that it's going to, kill them in the process. So my mayor wants to practice some martial arts. We'll let you go practice martial art for a bit. You had snow? Oh no. Are you okay? Do you often get snow? It's the first I'm hearing about this. If you follow Jess, you'll get 300 points that you can chuck at her. There's been more snow there in the last week than in all of last year. I mean, that just means the clouds are working properly, so that's not a bad thing. But almost never in Phoenix proper. That's kind of cool. I like that. Are you okay? No. So, what did you do to celebrate the fall of the great white cocaine from the sky? Generally, my preferred action is to go for a walk. Now I'm kind of curious to know what Mars looks like with snow on it. Because for those of you who don't know, Phoenix, Arizona looks like Mars. Like, literally. Photos of, like, landscapes from Phoenix, Arizona are almost indistinguishable from some of the photos of Mars. Just look at Utah. True. I had to say that in Yoda's voice to get the joke, but I do get it. HDMI? But here's the thing. That would be if he saw himself in 1080p. HDMI, because 4K is above HD. But that is funny. How you doing, Armor? It's good to see you, man. is vaguely annoying. See, I like snow. I like the reflective white of snow at night because it makes it lighter outside, so it makes going for walks late at night easier. It also what's the word? It dampens the ambient noise of the outside and makes the sounds of the outdoors less harsh. So it makes walking even more pleasant, and I really like that. Cool. That helped my mayor's mental state. How's Brander doing? Harrowed by the nightmare that is her tragic life. Well, good to know everything's fine. Let's check in on that beast. You have no pictures of said snow? Can you not take one? Sunglasses time? Yeah, that would also help. Snow glasses, we call them in the sun over here in Canada. Although, you know, the worst thing about camping in the snow is getting sunburnt up your nose and on the bottom of your chin. Like, that's the last thing anybody thinks to bring when you go snow camping or skiing is sunscreen, because you get burnt in the weirdest places, like up your nose. I've had sunburns in my nose because sun go on snow, sun reflect up. It bad. And I would imagine any crazy people from the Nordics that go skinny dipping in the snow would be even worse. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, rooster. Let's put a dog there, unless that dog's dead. And, let's put that duck there, unless the duck's dead. Hello, Pie. How are you? Oh, really? Okay, so the snow didn't last very long. I getcha. Your country is on fire? What country are you in? I mean, I know California isn't a country, but according to the very accurate website, California is still on fire.com. California, as of 14/07/41/2021 Pacific time, January 25th, California is still on fire. So, what country are you in? If I can ask. I can provide some comfort. All right, let's see if that do it. Couple of pictures and off topic. Let's see. Oh my god, yeah, that's snow. Everything was so dead and brown. I like how you call that snow. Wait, hold on. Are all of those trees falling over because of the snow? Is that mass hysteria and destruction caused by the snow? Like, no, I'm looking at that and I'm like, what? Is that from rain? Why is there so many trees down? Holy shit, man. You know, to me, I find like, this is just as somebody who lives somewhere where there's a lot of green, I find deserts really depressing because everything is dead. All right, let's see if this thing works. Autumn has come. Psycon, hello, how are we? My nose is cold. Nah. to be dead, sure. But like the grass is also dead because it doesn't rain. Hey, Board to Beers. I'm doing pretty well. Pretty cool a little announcement from yesterday, but B-Lug's making us a Minesweeper clone. And the annual tributes from Basti Pame and Nulanabo have arrived. I don't see them, but supposedly they're here. Although it looks like one of them immediately left. What? Oh, fuck, they've left me. I mean, I only see one of them. So you might be safe. And you spend nearly $150 a month to keep it because of water usage? Jesus. My water, cost for water for me is like less than $30 every other month. My water bill is microscopic. Wait, no, I don't want to do that. There you go, Stone. 2 rope reed socks, 1 jelly opal, a sandpear wood chest, sheep wool yarn, and 25 iron arrows. Like watering it light? Damn. Why do you even bother? As I straight up just wouldn't bother. But what of the stone people? Like I said, they immediately left. So I think you're safe. They're not on the map. It's just the one trader and the one maceman. They immediately left. They like noped the fuck out. Is it like your dad's personal hobby to keep the lawn going? That sounds like a lot of wasted water. But what do I know? I thought I pulled that lever. I read about a study recently that had some pretty convincing statements that having a natural lawn is incredibly good for the development of a young child's brain. Alrighty, beastie. Run up into that hallway. You know you want to. But yes, keeping a lawn in a desert is goofy. Just run around the corner, beastie. Let's go spray webs at that duck. Come on. I had a friend who let weeds grow on their lawns because weeds didn't dry out. And such looked nicer than the grass ever would. Grass isn't even like natural here. Like grass is an imported pest. We're supposed to have like, well, not the type of grass that we have on our lawns, different types of grass. Yeah, exactly. Bored to beers. Exactly. I mean, I would like to have a yard, which I would turn almost entirely into a vegetable garden. An organic vegetable garden. Probably grow a shit ton of garlic and potatoes and other things. Cabbage, lettuce. You know what I prefer over sand? I prefer flat rocks or small river rocks. Oh shit, the dwarven caravan got way bigger. That's good. What do you mean by succeeded? I mean, the Council of Men are still there, and they're still on paper bringing us tributes. There's no news about them. No, that's the wrong button. Yeah, there's no news. Oh, it's not cheap, but I prefer it. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a good question. Stone. But yeah, they didn't show up. And, well, they did. They showed up on the notifications, but they didn't bring us anything, so I assume they did. Yeah. The liaison from the Mountain Homes lets us discuss your situation. New information. Yeah, it is out of character. It's very strange. They look forward to our meeting next year because our fortunes, of course, rise and fall together. All I can think is they must have been scared by a bird or something. But literally the only thing on the map right now is a caged marmot and some buck rabbits. So it's like, what could have scared them? Oh, also the mayor made a demand of a gold throne, which we very quickly gave him. You have a bunch of flagstone quarries, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know. That's seems like a massive waste of a backyard. But then again, I feel that way about, apparently bags also degrade over time. I feel that way about a lot of people's backyards processes, so it's not yours specifically. It's like when I walk around in town and I see people with just like massive backyards, it's just an empty field that's like, they obviously don't have kids, or if they do, they're like not young enough that they go outside and there's just like nothing back there. It's like, why do you have so much space and do nothing with it? It's like, I get it. Maintaining a garden is a shit ton of work. It's a shit ton of work. But isn't that a much better use of a backyard than like just letting it decay and rot, which is what most people do with it? It bothers me so much. It's also like nicer to look at for one thing. Although, as long as they're not doing that thing that one person that we spoke of once did, which was just set the whole yard on fire and burn all, like, do a controlled burn once every 6 months rather than cutting the lawn. As long as you're not doing that, I won't totally hate you, just silently judge you. It's funny. Giant cave spider silk, not to be confused with... Giant cave spider silk cloths, not to be confused with large cave spider silk cloth socks. Giant cave spider silk socks are not to be confused with large cave spider silk socks. Also not to be confused with large giant cave spider silk socks. I just realized how ridiculous that sounds. A guild for military? You don't make guilds for militaries. You make barrackses. Which are not the same thing. I don't know. It's just, as somebody who doesn't get a backyard because he lives in an apartment building, it kind of annoys me when I see people state that they want a backyard and then on the flip side, not maintain the yard that they do have, or that they want a bigger backyard. It's like, I want a bigger yard. It's like, why? So I can put a pool in it. It's like, well, at least you're putting a pool in it. Do something nice with it. That's all. If you have the space, do something nice with it. Just like if you have the space on your hard drive, you should download this version of Minesweeper and help us bug fix it. I don't know if that was a good side note or if that was just silly, but also leave a comment on it and help us out with the algorithm. Because algorithms be praised. You have a pool and a big yard? You should put a greenhouse in your backyard. Cultivate mushrooms or something. Although it would probably be 75,842 degrees in that. Make it like a garden bunker and cultivate mushrooms. There you go. Well, I mean, the reason I say that, like, you should, that people should use the space, like, you're a tenant, right? So it doesn't really matter. I'm more talking about people who have houses. Stone. Like, I'm talking about people who own this space. More than anything. Like, my parents own their house, right? And they have a greenhouse and 3 really large, really effective garden beds. It's like, as a society, we need to learn to be more sustainable in order to, you know, not all die in heat death. And one of the ways we can be more sustainable is just simply having gardens in our backyards. It's a very simple thing that we can do. Right, Stone? But then again, so is owning a synthesizer, so. Also, I hope you're enjoying your first time to the stream, Buzzwinkle. It's my random tangents about stuff and things. Although, if you want to own a house, the secret is just get the fuck out of the city. I could totally buy it. I could currently probably put a down payment on a house up in northern BC without too much trouble. Just by going up north. The problem is I would need to own a car to be able to live up there. Which I can't do because eyes. So. Is it a very shitty place? No, it's just in the middle of nowhere. Well, not quite the middle of nowhere, but like, give you an idea, right? If I were to buy a house in Vancouver, that would be like starting at $1 million for a rundown fixer-upper. If I wanted a nice house in Vancouver, that's, you know, like a 2-bedroom house in Vancouver, we're looking at like easily $2 million. Easily. And this is Canadian, so like 85 cents US. But if I go up to northern BC, no, I mean northern BC is like just south of Alaska. No, BC goes all the way up to Alaska, right? So if I go if I go to like Chilliwack, which is as Rhinestone pronounces as Chilliwack because that is how it's pronounced. If I were to go buy a house in Chilliwack, I could get a 2-bedroom house for on a little bit of property probably for about $400,000. Now, if I go further north, I could probably get one for about $200,000. If I go even further north, I could probably get one for $50,000, but that would be quite literally the equivalent of a cabin in the fucking woods without power or a stove, and probably an outhouse if I'm lucky. So it depends. And if I go even further north, I could probably get one for. I could probably buy a plot of land for $15,000 and then build a house on it. But again, I'd need to own a car. And then I'd probably need to get my internet lined out there or use satellite internet, which is much more likely and more affordable out there, which would be the equivalent of 480p and disconnecting every 15 minutes. The home of wagon chilies. Actually, it's more like the place where we grow a lot of corn. It's mostly just, it's a big old valley with a river through it and a lot of farmland, a lot of cattle. There's a pretty good dirt car racing track there, and the drag track is out there. It's also there was a really good set of water slides out there. I don't know if they're still there. Haven't checked since COVID started. Lots of good hiking out there as well. Pretty close to Harrison. Harrison is where the hot springs are at. So I actually almost bought an apartment in Harrison Hot Springs once because they were on sale for $150,000, and I'm kind of mad that I didn't do it. But their internet out there really sucks. I doubt they've forgotten it exists, but your landlord might be a moron. There's a difference between forgetting a thing exists and not giving a shit that a thing exists. Y'all have Canadian rednecks? Yes, it's called everybody who lives in Alberta. Well, not everybody. They all live in Alberta, generally. Alberta and Saskatchewan. That's where the Canadian rednecks live. That's where a friend of my friend, so a person I know named Nathan, really wants to move to Alberta because he wants to buy an old farm. Okay. He wants to pave the entirety of it so that he can land his airplane, park his 14 trucks, and build a gun range on it. Where's the library? The library is right here. And the library is filled with these bookcases and 300-something books. And the first editions are all kept down here in this vault behind a locked door. Your dad is in Alberta right now? Yeah. A person with a plan? Yeah, I mean, he's planning to do that. Your neck is free of red? But can you confirm that that's where the Canadian rednecks are? There's also quite a few Canadian rednecks in Manitoba as well. There's probably Canadian rednecks in BC, but they're more like the equivalent of people who live in the middle of butt nowhere in Alaska. Not everybody in Alberta is a redneck, but that's where the rednecks are. Like, if you want to own a pickup truck and drive around on farm fields, go to Alberta. With aesthetics in this game? What, making things look pretty? Watch Cupo if you want to see things look pretty. I just make things look strange. I mean, I've had people tell me that my forts look really pretty. I don't see it, but if you want to see pretty forts, you have to watch Cupo. Cupo is the guy that makes pretty forts. First time I saw his stream, he was animating Donkey Kong, like a pixel art Donkey Kong with a different frame on every layer. Ah, I see you found a friend. Authority. I recognize a few of those words from Counter-Strike. That's where I learned other languages. So I've learned a bit of Portuguese, a bit of Russian. Mostly Counter-Strike. Specifically curse words. But, you know. Your Russian friend learned English from Eve. I mean, a Cooler said that he learned English from forums, so that's not too different. It's not too far off. You want Brazilian DF players? I think you just found one. I know they're, based on my YouTube comments, there's quite a few Brazilian DF players. But from what I can tell, they just have massive struggles learning DF because of the language barrier. Same with Spanish players. But the problem that the difference between Spanish and Portuguese speaking people and Russian speaking people is there's a very big Russian community for DF, so they just kind of teach each other from what I can tell. Someone needs to translate the DF wiki into Spanish and Portuguese, but what can you do? I mean, I could do it in about 20 minutes, but that would be the what we call Google translation, which wouldn't be very good. So I'm not going to do that. Although Nautilus Link, I'm not sure where he's from, but I think he's from Nautilus Link streams in Portuguese, right? Hold on, let me like confirm that. Because he streams DF. Let me actually confirm that. Not very frequently, but he does stream DF. So you could watch Nautilus Link. Mad Hijinks, the Spearmaster has bestowed a name upon an iron buckler. I like that all my Spearmasters are using iron bucklers because my mayor keeps demanding we make iron bucklers. Yay, you're no longer depressed. That's good to see. From, in regards to Eastern Europeans, Aaron, Dog 2, a friend of mine from Poland states that that's because older and used computer hardware is a lot more common over there. So it's like with freeware games, there's a lot more you can do with that. Oh shit. Rander Buddy's throwing a tantrum. But yeah, no, that makes sense. Well, it's like DF and then just roguelikes in general. DF and traditional roguelikes in general. Uh-oh. Stop. Help him out. Who was that? Who was that? Matsus, no! I really hope somebody reports that crime. I might have to expel Brander Buddy, chat. Brander Buddy's been here for a very long time. Smash T's tending to the wounds, though. Hang in there, Doc. No, now you're socializing. That's not ideal. Hopefully your wounds have been totally tended to. His left foot is mangled beyond recognition, and her left hand is mangled beyond recognition, and her upper arm is fractured. Okay, well, that's recoverable. That's pretty brutal, but totally recoverable. Totally recoverable. And nobody's going to go report a crime. Huh. Feels wonder after communing with Shin, Russet, Amber, the Red Rocks. Brander, buddy. You're a good dwarf, but I'm going to send you to Veiled Clasp. In the future, we'll bring you back when we're better equipped to tend to your specific needs. You're a good dwarf. We don't hate you. But you did kill one of my dwarves and almost killed a dwarf I really like. Goodbye, dwarf. Get out of my fucking fort. It's brutal, but it's true. I'm sending that dwarf to a local fort so I could summon them back if I wanted. If I decided I wanted to. She handles English and French viewers pretty well. Yeah, I know a few multilingual streams that handle both languages pretty decently, but they're pretty rare. It's really hard to build a community that way. Or rather, it's really hard to integrate two communities together. Enjoy your lurks, Pie. I mean, I don't care what language you speak in my chat. I did for a while, but I used to be one of those like, oh, speak English only here or get timed out. But I think that's goofy. Like, if you want to speak other languages here, I don't care. Just realize that I speak English. I can read a little bit of German, but I have no fucking clue what you're talking about if you not speak English. So just keep that in mind. I don't know what you're saying. If you're being rude and someone else calls you out on it, I'm gonna ban you. That's basically it. People are just like weirdly paranoid about people insulting them in other languages, and I'm like, well, like, we'll figure it out pretty quick. Chat's smart and so am I, so we'll call you out on it. Did you call me fat pie? I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming you just insulted me. Now everybody's going to start insulting me in other languages. I'm going to go grab my sandwich. I'm hungry. Chat, could I get a round of beers? And if you haven't have sound commands, now would be a good time to use them. If you're looking for something to do while I'm gone, you can go download. You can go download Belug's Minesweeper build and give it a try. I hope you had a good walk, Peter. I'll be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere too fast. I return. Apologies for taking so long. I wanted to eat a kiwi fruit. So I ate a kiwi fruit, and it was delicious. Because I have kiwis, they need to be eaten, so. Taking breaks from what? Good question. I'm not sure. Squad in dev and squad EQ? I don't know. What menu is it showing that? I might be able to tell you if I know what menu it's in. Under weapon rack and beds? This must be a, is this a DF hack plugin? Because I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, I haven't had beer in a month as of today. I had some at Christmas and immediately regretted it. It was a tough day. Oh, it's if you want to assign an individual person. Yeah. It's if you want to assign an individual dwarf to that, basically. Instead of a whole squad. It's just advanced stuff. You can completely ignore that. Yeah, the first 6 are still beer, not gravy. If they're gravy, someone put something else in your beer bottles. Hey, at least you're not like me. I drink 1 beer, maybe 1.5 beers, and I'm suicidal within 2 hours. Because the depressants of alcohol affects me in ways that I don't understand. That it never used to. I used to be like, sit down and drink 4 or 5 beers to myself and be more or less fine. But can't do that anymore. Especially if they were low percent. Only one? There's usually a couple every day that are Russian stream DF. Generally don't have that many people watching, but there's a few bigger Russian streamers that will sometimes stream DF too. I still like my beer emote. It's got nothing to do with that, but I can't drink the way I used to. You've definitely been there. I mean, it's just not worth it. I love the taste of beer, but wanting to die is not worth it. More processing plants as well. Man, this Forgotten Beast is very uninterested in actually working with us here. No, it's not dead. It has a black background. There it goes, it moved. It's just not very interested in going into that little hallway I made for it. So I'm closing this. Because this is a waste of time. I'm definitely going to release this dog, because this poor dog is going bonkers. What makes you think it's dead? Just because it doesn't want to move. It's got no reason to path into that corner, though. Oh, game saving. Winter's upon us. Oh, no, that's definitely a dead pig. There's 2 dead pigs in there. Those 2 dead pigs are from when I initially lured the Forgotten Beast into there. That's how I lured it, was with pigs. So now there's just dead pigs there because I don't really have a way of getting the pigs out. They just live there now, as they say. Need to do a roguelike day pretty soon. Might do a Caves of Cut day tomorrow. Tomorrow's Tuesday? Yeah, I might do a Caves of Cut day tomorrow. Feeling like some variety here. Actually, I've been kind of thinking about doing just like a full day of Lost Flame at some point. But that would be kind of interesting to see how well that does. Upper body bears a tiny straight scar. Well, at least that lamb survived. That lamb's got war stories, man. It'll add to the flavor when you brew it. Or no, not when you brew it. When you bake it into some sort of crusty loaf of meat. And you could probably charge more for the fabric on it that you make out of its fur or wool. Because sheep don't have fur, they have wool. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of Longdeath recently. I've been trying to power through, trying to get up to year 150 in games, trying to get up to year 155, because we basically didn't progress all of December. Like, we didn't make a lot of progress because of all the time that we spent doing other things in other forts. Well, other fort specifically. What the fuck is that? Those are new. I don't recall those being there. Kind of feeling like playing some more Brigador tonight. Kind of on a roll with unlocking stuff, so. This poor dwarf. What do you really want? I want to pray. Maybe if I make a temple specifically to that god, you can go pray. What if I just go over here? I make a temple to the god of death and disease. The Church of Vomit. I love it. It's the deity of death and disease. And the temple automatically named itself the Church of Vomit. We'll roll with it. All right, frame rate. Why'd you suddenly get bad? What happened? Can't export bolts? Did a bunch of birds spawn in or something? Nope, just rabbits. I don't know what's up with that. It was an above ground fort in a room of cave adapted dwarves. I kind of wish there was like a god of cave adaptation. The god of cave adapting. You'd rather drink wine or whiskey before beer? Not into craft beer, or are you talking about just like cheap beer? Because I'd rather drink anything over cheap beer. Makes your dwarves adapt in half the time and twice as sensitive to light. I mean, the dwarves that worship the god of cave adaptation are probably all albino. God, that would be really cool. Could you imagine an albino dwarf? It's like 1 in 100,000 or something. Like very low chance you could just have an albino dwarf. That would actually be really neat if there was albino variants of everything in DF. Tarn, can you add albino variants of... Oh shit, it's It's not snowing, it's hailing. They're almost big enough that I can grab them and carry them over here. Let's see if I can actually get one in here. Nope, not big enough. Misery and disease. I mean, wouldn't that just kind of be like the god of caves, misery and disease at that point? I'm gonna post a picture on Discord.
Madness!
Madness! Hobo. What's up, man? Yeet. Off topic on Discord in a second. There you go. Hail, ice falling from sky. Dwarf went berserk around 40 dwarves and the alarm sound off and the foes just went brr. Yeah, that'll happen. But there are cases of people falling unconscious from hail attacks. Do you scream hail when that happens? Satisfied at work. Anything I can get you to do? But how you doing today, Hobo? Yeah, they're not that big, but the hail's about the size of like my thumbnail. So they're pretty they're about yay big, pretty sizable. They still melt too quickly for me to actually run them in here though. It's pea sized. You know, these are a little bit bigger than a pea. They're like the size of a cluster of peas. Yeah, see, that's generally what makes people fall unconscious is ale abuse. All of those ailments. No basketball, no. No, definitely no basketball size. No baseball either. And also no basketball. Or blasketball. Or blaseball. Size balls. So they punish us for their sins by chucking big rocks of ice at your head? I fell off of blaseball. Way heavier than I thought I would. Also, be like, you might want to look at the Minesweeper room on Discord. I just fell off because I don't have time to commit all of my free time to reading about blaseball shit on the wiki. I don't have that much free time in my day, so I just kind of gave up. Also, I haven't said thanks enough today, so thank you very much to everybody who's been spending time here today. There's so many people hanging out and watching the stream and chilling with us. Even if you're just lurking. Cheers, guys. Let's see if we can babysit this dwarf to sanity. I fixed 2 dwarves today and had to expel 1, so it's been relatively successful so far. This dwarf seems to be doing a little bit better already now that I've removed farming from him. We'll see what else we can do with him. It's midwinter. We're almost at the year 143. We started today at the year 140. So you're 135 of the fortress, and we're up to 142. 143, I think, is a pretty good spot to be at. Oh, but what games have you been playing recently? Read Police for the Beginning Practitioner. That's a very good book. It was written by one of our dwarves. As were all of the books here, because we have every book in the world. We are also the only fortress with books. Battlefront 2? Tisk. Unimpressed. How dare you play that EA Games garbage? Hope you're enjoying it. You never finished the last SLC? SLC? What's an SLC? Side-loaded content? Super-loaded content. Slam-loaded content. Typo-loaded content. Got it. Although I want a GSLC, a Grand Slam-loaded content. Story was pretty alright. You got it on sale. It was pretty worth it. Gotcha. That thing's on Game Pass, and I've been thinking about installing it. Just to mess around with it for a bit. See how well it plays and whatnot. Probably wouldn't stream it, though. Too long of a game. The gunplay's pretty fine. It's pretty looking. That's why I want to try it. It's definitely something I'd play off stream, though. Reading another book? How do you like reading books? Feels content after pondering foraging behavior. Okay, hopefully this helps you. Stupid leeching content? I think that's what we should refer to as DLC now. Stupid leeching content. Don't buy any stupid leeching content. Just, you know. Lava is pouring all over the place where you don't want it. Oh, excellent. Working as intended. Perfect. Why? I mean, it is inevitable when you have lava in a fort that it's going to pour places. Well done. I commend you. Good dwarf. Also hobo, yes. Fucking hilarious, but also utterly disturbing. Built a wall and forgot about the weird properties of magma. I mean, dwarves will walk around the magma, so you're probably fine. You could probably build a bridge over the magma if caravans can't get in. They'll just spawn in different parts of the world if the magma starts to flow off the edge of the map. So you don't really need to worry too much about that. So you'll probably be okay. Caravans should be able to get in. They should be able to get around things. Stuff should be fine. Hobo's talking about Battlefront 2 and Control. And I was referencing the Game Pass. The Battlefront 2 is on Game Pass. I wouldn't play Battlefront 2 even if it was on Game Pass. Because I don't think it is. Control is the one on Game Pass. Because I wouldn't even give them the player activity to make them think that I'm interested in that game. Because I don't want them to think that I'm interested in that game. Because I'm not. I want them to stop making Star Wars games. Because they don't have the right to, because it's EA Games. And I don't like EA Games making games about things that I like, because they just make garbage. Facts. And they think gambling is cool for children. Yeah, I was talking about Control, not pretty shooty laser stuff. Oh shit, they're drawing something else. What's this? An exceptional designed image of Hold Kisses, a mudstone crown. A masterfully designed image of a cloth. Well, that's very creative of you. What's this? A guava tree. Is that a bar or a brick? Oh, it's a design image of Interviews, the Definitive Guide, a Pig Parchment Choir by Sparkly. Well, that's wonderful. A book that was written in the fort. What other drawings are we going to get? An image of a blackberry bush by Sparkly, and a finely designed image of cubic cubes by Sparkly. An image of two octahedra by Aquasar. Fancy. And another dwarf, a bunch more images of dwarves. Most of the images of dwarves are just them raising crafts, because that's like the main thing that happens here. An exception designed image of dwarves by Sparkly 4K. Masterfully designed image of Goats the Third, the dwarf, and socks by Gate Nerd. Goats the Third seed knife is surrounded by the socks. So, I need goats. Where's goats at? Goats! I wish Goats was watching the stream right now. He's on the Discord. Perfect. Because goats for the win. Hasn't shut up about his socks ever since his mayor mandated that we make like 200 socks. And a dwarf just drew an image of goats. It's a masterwork image nonetheless. A narrow crescent moon by Wave Thrash. Beautiful. I wonder what the final one will be by Bastet. It's probably just gonna be a dwarf, right? Oh, no. Berries? Blackberries? Strawberries? Spinach! Actually. Cubic Cube? Cubic Cube is my new math rock project. Of 5 Celsius? Nice and warm. It's warmer than it is outside here. Straight up. Also, I guess, yeah, technically it is free for me because I haven't paid for Game Pass. I was about to say Game Pass isn't free, but... That being said, Forza Horizon is on Game Pass. Would anybody want to play some Forza Horizon on Friday? Because, like... I'd download it. You heard of a certain engraving? It's the first, or I was doing some engravings, and yours was the only masterwork one. And of course, it's an image of Goats the Third Seed Knife by the dwarf Gate Nerd, and Goats the Third Seed Knife is surrounded by socks. How's the fortress going? It's going. It's going pretty good, Russ. Those things. You'll hook up your wheel. I mean, don't get too excited. I still have to download the damn thing. It's like 80 gigs, too. You mean your spirit is pleased by such an offering because you are dead? Yeah, I mean, the only reason I consider stuff like that is because I have stupid fast internet now. Like, it's actually ridiculously fast. I downloaded Grand Theft Auto 5 in 8 minutes just to see how fast I could download Grand Theft Auto 5, and then uninstalled Grand Theft Auto 5 because it's trash. Anyway, that's all that Grand Theft Auto 5 is good for, is to see how quickly I can install it, just so I can uninstall it again. Or rather, their business model is trash, which retroactively ruins the entirety of the game. Yes, it's fast. No shit, Katana Zero's on Game Pass? Why do you type exclamation point clip? You know that does literally nothing, right? I'm checking to make sure to see if Katana Zero's on my Game Pass. PC. 5 and 8 hours? That's about how long it would take me on my old internet. Because I would totally play Katana Zero if it was on Game Pass. Oh, actually, a game you should play on Game Pass if you... Yeah, it is. Huh. Shit. Well, I'm going to play that. What Remains of Edith Finch is on Game Pass, and that thing is 2 hours long and fantastic, so I recommend it if you have Game Pass. I already own Tetris Effect, though, so I don't want to have a second install of it just to play the multiplayer. I'll wait until they put the multiplayer in the version that I paid money for. I'm kind of salty about that. I'm not going to lie. How deep, Russ? I'm curious about what layer it was on. So you could play some Burnout 3. Apparently the PC HD release for that was not terrible. You found it yesterday, 7 real life months later? Oh my god. I'm curious, what Z level was it on, though? Okay, fair. Yeah, I've certainly seen, like, really weird... I've certainly missed really weirdly shaped ones before. Wow. Well, at least you found it, right? Gold Poke's a little distressed, but being satisfied upon improving spirit will fix your brain. You had built around it. Oh, I'm confusing Paradise and 3, my bad. That's my bad. I mean, it's true, it's trash. Come on, I'm master of the unpopular opinions. Authority. Also, what happened today? All of a sudden, everybody's clipping things. What did I do to be graced with such about goddamn timeness? No one would clip things for months, and now all of a sudden, we've got dozens of clips today. Everybody's just like in a clippy mood, I guess. You laughed out loud at that? I'm glad I made somebody laugh. It's really weird, kind of, I guess, trying to be funny as a streamer, because... How do I word this? You don't get the immediate feedback of actual laughing. Like, sometimes you'll get a lull, but it's not like, you know, doing comedy where... Or like stand-up or something where you get that immediate feedback of people laughing in an audience. So you don't actually know if you're actually being funny. So I don't feel like I'm funny at all. But then people are just like, dude, I'm falling out of my chair. And I'm like, what? Okay. Don't hurt yourself. No, those are pecan wood logs. Oh, hey, PogChamp of the day. What's PogChamp of the day? I don't know who that is, once again. Hopefully it was a good day at work, Orange. A comically large amount of Gorlak blood? Well, seems like many good Gorlaks died in the making of that cavern. Oh, yeah, that would do it. That would do it, Orange. Of course people clip me commenting on the fact that you guys are clipping shit. You know what was funny? There was one time a big event happened in DF. I can't remember what it was. But a crazy thing happened, and I was like, someone needs to clip that. And instead of clipping that, they clipped me saying someone needs to clip that. And it was kind of sad. I had to go back later and get that done. Does anybody here remember Oddshot? Yeah, I don't either. 7 of 9 filled ditches of Gorlak blood? Yo, that is a Can you pump it somewhere? you need to make a lake of Gorlak blood. Please, try and pump it somewhere. Like, try. Because you know you gotta. Imagine that someone tunes in into this stream and the first thing they just see is Authority chanting blood. Yeah, it was a random engraving. I didn't tell them to do it. Yes, you can do custom engravings. You have to select the engraving, and before you unpause the game, hit D. And you can design it just like statues or any other image creation or any other naming or anything. You then select properties. Just a normal DF chat. Oh man, is anybody gonna die of old age now? Da, 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 da. And a human has arrived to trade. Spring has arrived? I don't think anybody died. I need to text my mom. Text sent. Remember that one time we got very interesting reactions from a raid that started exactly when I started reading one of your comments? Oh, yeah, well, that was like a few days ago. And they were like, what a weird time to join the stream. And then I had to like spend a minute explaining what the... It's often funny when I get raided by my teammates because half my teammates are like family-friendly streamers, and I'm definitely not a family-friendly streamer. Native gold and more tetrahedrite? Seems like you got yourself a pretty fucking dank embark. Were you ever able to find wood for beds? Oh, so no. So you're covered in gold and iron and silver and copper, but you don't have any beds. Hope you brought some wood. It doesn't swear and doesn't talk about non-family friendly topics like porn or drugs or half the shit we talk about. You just had a dwarf go insane from lack of wood? You should just try and import as much wood as possible, I would say. It's better than nothing, I guess. Also, early spring, year 143, meaning the fortress is 138 years old. Yeah. So there was one time, Russ, I was in a fort for like 15 years. And then I found the basement of, not the basement, but the third cavern layer finally, after digging around for it. And it was full of dead forgotten beasts, dead Gorlaks, carnivorous cave crawlers, and dead jabberers. It was just full of dead creatures. Full. At least Satharos is good. I think this dwarf will come back. Wait, what were you thinking about? There's nothing like a good brawl. Well, that's not ideal. Enjoy your lurks, past it. May the dice not totally fuck you sideways. Unless that's what you want the dice to do and that's what you're trying to roll for, in which case, more power to you. Bard has many tools for that. Fair enough. For a Pathfinder game you're starting soon? I don't know. I wish I enjoyed tabletop games more. Be a good way to actually meet friends. I'm a fighter, please don't kill other players just for fun. Why not? And a caravan from the elven factions have arrived. But seeing all this girl will make your dwarves super happy and well-adjusted. Here's the thing, right? They get uneasy about seeing dead bodies like that, but if they're skeletons, it's not so bad. The debuffs and the mood and the stress that they get from seeing like bodies that have been somewhere for a bit is pretty low. It's mostly if they're fresh bodies and dwarves that they know. So if they see like the corpses of their old friends, that's really disturbing to a dwarf. If they just see a bunch of corpses, they're like, oh look, a bunch of corpses. We don't mind so much. I'm really curious to see what Tarn does with that new update though. See what happens to stress. Alrighty, Gold Poke. I'm going to put you into the Eternal Hammer. A different Dwarven squad, but I want you to go help. Or stay in that squad, because they're just training forever instead of periodically. When it comes to D&D stuff, though, or tabletop stuff, I'm much more interested in, like, Dungeon Land and the other games that are more focused on role-playing and less focused on the dice and stats. I'm much more into the explain to the dungeon keeper, or not dungeon keeper, dungeon master or game master or whatever, what you want to complete and how you complete it, and then completing the task versus just, these are my stats, I'm going to roll this dice. I did it, yay! It feels more like a group storytelling session versus just a strict mechanics driven thing. Roleplay over roleplay, yes. Roleplay over rolling to play. I read that backwards, and Russ Ames, and read it in a direction that made me read it that you've been playing this for 8 years. And I was like, whoa! But that's not what you actually said. I watched a YouTube video about a dude who's been running the same D&D game for 30 years. With the same people, with one of them online. It's kind of crazy. This dude's like, whole life is just like dedicated to building this world. And I'm sitting here going like, why doesn't he like write a book? I'd love to know. Yeah, there's just too many people take those things too strictly. I don't know. I'll just stick to listening to D&D podcasts. I told a story of the acquisition of Ateb Veildwip to the position of Queen of the Ignited Creation of the Year One in the Simple Manner, and I enjoyed that. You know what? Let's try something else. I've tried making you into a scholar, and that didn't work. So instead, let's try and make you into a performer. And let's see if that works. Because now you're set as a performer. Let's see if that helps you. You have one specific civ that's going wild? Sounds like fun. You learned to DM in prison. A mashup of D&D and Robotech. Yeah, see, that's 1,000 times more interesting to me than D&D. Like my ex used to play in like a dozen D&D games, but the way they played D&D was very rules, stats, and character sheets focused, and it was never interesting to me. Not even remotely interesting to me, which is why Dwarf Fortress is way more interesting to me, because it's like playing D&D by myself. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna just play by myself. I can do better. Jedi skills and all sorts of craziness. Sounds kind of like something Austin Walker would come up with. I'm kind of shocked that no online D&D groups have formed out of my chat, actually. So there's a lot. I feel like every time we talk about D&D or anything even remotely related to D&D, there's a half dozen people that are like, man, I've been looking for an online D&D group for ages, and then it never happens. One of these days, once you guys are going to hook up and just play D&D together, and I will be very proud of you. And I will stay over here and not have anything to do with it. Although there was somebody who worked a story from my community world into their D&D game, which I think is awesome. Hey, Laura, what's up? It's good to see you. Which was kind of rad. And a madman obsessed with socks? Please let it just be a crazy homeless person who thinks that they're the king of the universe. Just like a crazy bum who has a goat that he carries a pile of used socks around on, who thinks he's the master of the universe. Or something. Please. All I'm saying is if somebody runs a Longdeath D&D game, I would be very happy. In another life, I was a shock man. Instead of goblin, because of it, a goat followed the party for over 3 months in real time, over 20 sessions, and kept getting a nat 20 stealth checks, and the players knew it was and the players knew the goat was there, but they couldn't find it. Seems like a pretty good misclick. Quality misclick. I think that's better than a goblin, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, tried to do what? What attacked you? Diamond? Last I heard, you discovered the cavern lair. What happened? I must have missed it. Hot damn, dude. Content after eating a pretty decent meal, pleasure after a sparring session, satisfied upon improving spear, frustrated after being able to acquire something, frustrated after lack of abstract thinking. You know, I'm just going to let you hang out in the military until you stop being depressed. Just tell us how it ends, authority, or how it goes. Kind of tired today, if I'm a little quiet. Oh. Oh, really? A mixed race siege. Sounds like it went well then, if you only have 2 dwarves left. Well, congratulations, you're winning your first game of Dwarf Fortress. Everybody being dead as you win. Well, I mean, the last time I played D&D, I played a very stealthy goblin who got so good at stealthing, if I could roll a nat 20, I could stealth into other people's armor. Which I did a couple of times successfully. But I don't know. Every like, even though there's a few funny anecdotes from previous D&D games that I played, there's still more than not just like a negative experience. Like I don't think I ever actually had a positive experience playing D&D. It always ended either badly or like was more unpleasant than fun. So hold up. I'm holding up. What am I holding up for, Diamond? Sounds pretty fun, Authority. And the elves are embarking on their journey. Goodbye, pointy-eared fools. May you take your strange customs and ways far away from these lands. And with that, as the elves leave, that's the 3rd year in this fort for today. Well, we're getting into the 3rd year. Only had a cart and mule. Did anybody ever try to clothe you? Cannot pass anything to do with passing out? What, so if something would knock the elf out, the elf would just faint? Oh, that would actually be a lot of fun, playing a narcoleptic. Now that I'm thinking about it. And 3 of 3 paralyzed checks? Huh. Hey, chat, anybody want to invite Robotic Ronald into a D&D group? Generally, my experience, the way people find D&D groups is through local shops, but I have no idea. But yeah, chat, Robotic Ronald's asking for advice on how to find D&D crews, if anybody happens to have one, or any advice on that. Yeah, I mean, they're not a thing. Well, they're a thing here, but they're not a thing right now at all. Still misses 75% of the time. Someone needs a new pair of dice. You were in a streamer's Discord and got lucky? Man. I mean, like, here's the thing. If you want to try and start one in my Discord, you're more than welcome to. The problem is finding a DM, generally. I know somebody who DMs... I know a few people, actually, who DM semi-professionally, but they would charge you money, and I don't think you want that. And I don't really have any time nor interest in doing that sort of thing. I'll help you build worlds. But outside of that, eh. The confidence? What? The confidence to, like, ask to join a group? Oh, to DM. That's fair. Is that a dog? I have a dog? I thought you died. I swear I saw a dog die, was found starved to death, but guess not. I've got a bunch of unicorns I gotta slaughter. Not a duck, though. Oh, hey. Got a couple camels. Wait, what the fuck? Where did the KV so come from? You're gonna get slaughtered. I don't want you. Useless animals. Don't even give any meat. Not many people do, Russams, and that's part of the problem. Is D&D's like... It's like social activity and a hobby all in one. Like, it takes too much time. You were DMing for a game that you'd never played. I mean, what could go wrong? Sounds like a blast. I'm half watching Bellinaire playing Everspace 2, and I'm not gonna lie, game looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Yeah, Roll20 seems like a pretty powerful thing. Oh my god. That's quite the carnage. Diamond. Damn. Dead, 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 dead. Holy hell, man. Yeah, I hope it does too, Ronald. I get like, it's not anxiety, but like when I apply to join group events, like I've tried to join group events and not D&D specifically, but in like in-person activities before the pandemic happened, obviously. And I get like, not anxiety, but it's kind of fucking soul crushing getting either no response or a negative response. And I feel like whenever I try and sign up for shit like that and I get no response back, it's always the most soul fucking crushing thing in the world. So best of luck. Hopefully you have more luck finding a group, because that just sucks. Would you like to become the new dead mayor? Who doesn't want to? But that's a hell of a lot of carnage, man. So what you're saying is you save scummed. That's the reason I eventually just anxiety myself out of dating apps, Ambi. It just weighs on my psyche over time. Oh shit, we had a disorderly conduct? Against who? By who? Well, that sucks. I totally missed that. Although I have to make bolts. Also going to queue those up while we're at it. Oh, so you were like Link, except with boxes instead of pots. Also, I tend to agree with that. Fuck that noise. Group roleplay is not the same as a video game. Let's give all of the dwarves a break from training. By that I mean help us clean up this garbage. Also, we've got a couple dwarves that need to socialize. Here they come. You fucked up, mate. Fair. Fair enough. Seems like a pretty fair way of doing things. You see, this is why I'm not a huge fan of character sheets, though. Spending 2 hours making a character? Nah. Screw that. Just come up with something. It's going to take them a little while to clear all that stuff. Most of these dwarves are off slaughtering unicorns or doing other various things. But sounds like you're one of the good ones when it comes to DMing. But today was a sustaining day, and it's mostly been about keeping dwarves sane. We've had 2 dwarves get super depressed to the point of tantruming, and we fixed both of them. Now we've got 2 different ones that are flashing red down arrows, which I'm kind of babysitting. We made a gold throne for the mayor, who demanded a golden throne be put in their bedroom, who's now very bored. We're going to have to do a bunch of crafting pretty soon, I think. And it's a whole lot of sustaining as Longdeath continues. I do need to work on that tower, though, which has been kind of left undone with nothing done on it for a couple of years now. But, you know, we made some good progress the other day, so there is that. Next, the plan is to kind of make it into an arch that connects with the main wall over there on the right. But I think it's time for us to call it for the day on Dwarf Fortress and play something else. It's 4 p.m., which is usually around the time I look into switching games. So I'm going to be done with Dwarf Fortress for the day, but the stream itself isn't finished. There is one other person streaming Dwarf Fortress right now, but I don't recognize them, so I'm not going to say I can recommend them. So if you want more DF-related things, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime, as well as other various things. But we're gonna play Brigador for the remainder of the stream, which I'm trying to 100%. I'm trying to get all of the achievements, so we're gonna play Brigador and get achievements, if that's okay with everybody. So that's what we're doing. That's the plan. No, you can continue. Please keep my chat active by discussing this in my chat rather than on Discord. I would much prefer my chat is active talking about stuff that I'm not immediately invested in than my chat's quiet and no one's talking. So I totally do not care.